The
Yes,
host.
so now we are going to start our formal inaugural session, and for that, may I request our Honorable President of IMBIC, Professor M.R. Odhikari, who was the retired professor from University of Calcutta. So now may I request Professor Odhikari to start this technical session as a chairman.
Respected distinguished global guests, participants, delegates, friends, and others. We feel immense pleasure to start the 3-day 14th Interdisciplinary International Conference on Mathematical Sciences for Advancement of Science and Technology in brief MSAST 2020. This scientific event is organized by the International Research Institute, IMBIC, having a branch in Sweden, which was established under leadership of Professor Erik Tell of Linköping University, Sweden, and another branch in Japan, which was established under leadership of Professor Y. Shikata of Nagoya University, Japan. IMBIC is an autonomous non-government organization founded in 2006 and is dedicated to the scientific and technical activities for promotion and extension of mathematical knowledge. It is going on organizing scientific national and international events and publishing books and research monographs by international publishers like Springer, with partial financial support from Government of India, ISRO, DRDO, CSIR, Indian Statistical Institute, Government of West Bengal, MACAT West Bengal, and some others. The earlier 13 annual conferences since 2007 were physically held in Kolkata, India, but the present conference, MAST 2020, is being virtually held essentially due to global of the conferences. 2020 is our new challenge that depends on information technology. We seek kind cooperation from all speakers and other participants to make this venture a complete success. I congratulate all the speakers as well as the participants for their active participation, overcoming many obstacles standing in their way. In modern researches, there are no boundaries or airtight compartments of research topics. Mathematics plays a key role in modern researches that arises out of a human need to develop general techniques for solving practical problems. It provides useful tools in application in physics, statistics, biology, engineering, computer science, and many other disciplines. Nowadays, the mathematical sciences include, in addition to mathematics, certain academic disciplines that are basically mathematical in nature but may not be proper sub-areas of mathematics. For example, statistics is mathematical in its method and grew out of scientific observations. Mathematical biology is an interdisciplinary area of research with varieties of application in biology, biotechnology, bioinformatics, and health sciences. For qualitative analysis of fundamental scientific problems, the tools of mathematical sciences plays a key role. Interaction of mathematics with other areas of science is witnessing a rapid and more exciting development. The highly abstract language, structures, methods, and ideas created by mathematicians, statisticians, computer scientists have now been utilized in the different fields of science and technology and also to economic and social development. This conveys close relations between mathematical theories and the objective world. The outstanding examples are Riemann geometry and the theory of relativity. Turing machine and the real computers, radar integral and the CT scanners, theory of numbers and cryptography. Finally, we hope that the participants will enjoy this event. I end my address by expressing my sincere thanks to all of you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Adhikari. We'll able to make it. So, respected Chairman and President IMBIC, Professor M.R. Adhikari, respected Professor Eric Trell, Emeritus Professor, Linköping University, Sweden, the who is the founder, Vice President of IMBIC, Dr. Shamim Ahmed, Senior Editor, Mathematical Sciences, Finger India, many other respected guests, senior and young participating scientists joining virtually from different countries and different parts of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a matter of great privilege for us to extend you all a warm and cordial welcome to the 14th three-day international conference on mathematical sciences for advancement of science and technology. In short, we call it MAST, organized by the Institute for Mathematics, Bioinformatics, Information Technology, and Computer Science. In short, we call this institute as IMBIC. Being the secretary of IMBIC, I would like to say a few words about IMBIC. The Institute IMBIC is a baby compared to the rich heritage of Calcutta. Was founded in 2006 for the promotion and extension of mathematical knowledge for the advancement of science, technology, and culture under the leadership of Professor M.R. Adhikari of Calcutta University, India, Professor Dr. Eric Trell of Linköping University, Sweden, and Professor Dr. Y. Shikata, Nagoya University, Japan, and 10 more founder members. So we are missing this year Professor Y. Shikata. So he is more than 85 years old and he is one of our inspiration. But this year we are unable to connect him. Hope he is well. Okay, so now as a part of these activities, cooperation through IMBIC is currently going on between India and other countries all over the world like Japan, Sweden, US, Canada, and Australia in number of areas. So this publication is one of the major activities of IMBIC. So high quality publication. So we try to produce high quality publication of scientific and research level materials in interdisciplinary field is one of the major goals of IMBIC. Towards achieving this goal, every year IMBIC publishes a high quality proceedings. The book Basic Modern Algebra with Applications by M.R. Adhikari and myself was communicated through IMBIC and has been published in the year 2014 by Springer. The book Basic Algebraic Topology and its Application by M.R. Adhikari was also communicated through IMBIC and has been published in the year 2016 again by Springer. Edited Springer research monograph entitled Mathematical and Statistical Applications to Life Sciences and Engineering, edited by Abhishek Adhikari, M.R. Adhikari, and Y.P. Chobe, was also communicated through IMBIC and it was published in 2007 on the occasion of its 10th foundation anniversary of IMBIC. IMBIC monograph 2013 entitled Contemporary Topics in Mathematics and Statistics and Applications, containing 13 articles with authors from America, Canada, Japan, Germany, Switzerland, and India, and some other countries, was also published in 2013 as the commemoration volume of IMBIC on occasion of its fifth foundation anniversary of IMBIC, published by Asian Books Private Limited, New Delhi. The future plan of IMBIC, we can say that Springer has already accepted for publication our three forthcoming new books on topology and its application, and it was again through IMBIC. And also for the next year, we are planning to have Springer prostings maybe that we are going to talk with Dr. Ahmed for its finalization, that we are going to submit a proposal for Springer proceedings maybe, which should be Scopus indexed. So there is another big activity that usually IMBIC does is this conference. So this is the 14th in a row. As a result, we are already seen 13 international conferences that we usually had in physical mode. Yeah, so this is basically the publication through IMBIC that we have already mentioned about. So, and as a future plan, as we have mentioned, the 3 volume topology books, topology and its applications. So this is about this conference. So it's the worldwide hit of our website in 2019. So it's old data. So this is a glimpse shot from where all over the world that our website of IMBIC that was hit by from different parts of all over the world. And you can see that it was 16,000 and something, and it starts from January 1st, 2018. So every year, the dates, most importantly, the dates are always fixed for us. It's December 21st to 23rd every year. So this year also in 2019, the executive committee has also decided to have our program on the same date. That means 21st to 23rd, 2020. And then suddenly in the month of January, February, and then March, we found the severe effect of this pandemic, corona. So during that time, what we decided, and we were a little bit puzzled, and we were unable to decide whether that we should do it for or not. So we thought about that, but we actually started working on it quite late. So in the month of June around, the core committee they have decided, okay, why not we should go it for online, and from then we started giving our advertisement. And since we have a very good reputation, you can see that within few uh, months, it actually crosses the data like the previous year. So you can see that last 30 day it was 903, and this year last 30 day it was 1345. So for the last 7 days, you can see here 249 in 2020, and it was 233 last 7 days in 2019. So compared to that, I can say that even if we started late, but people we get enormous support and enormous attention as well as enormous enthusiasm all over the world, and we had again even better heat than what we had in 2019. You can see that all over India, it was great success. And within a few days or few months, we got many of the papers. And as a result, we are going to publish this formally. So after the inauguration by inaugural address of Professor Eric Trell, we are going to send the official link of this to the chat box and to our YouTube link. Many people are watching this in our YouTube link because we have not sent to everybody the link of the direct link of the meeting, but most of the participants are actually viewing or watching directly through YouTube. So we are also going to give this link in our YouTube channel as well as in the chat box so that everybody could access this. And we can say that within this few months, we actually got papers from 5 continents: Asia, Europe, and then North America, South America, Africa, as well as Australia. So this is little bit old one. So it's from the paper acceptance rate starting from 2009 to 2019. So you can see that almost this is an increasing curve, and it was almost a strictly increasing curve till 2019. But this year, since we started late and we decided not to go for full papers much, that's why this year, maybe due to this pandemic situation, we get more than 91 papers from 7 different countries, more than seven, it's actually 8 different countries distributed over 5 continents. And in India, we get it from more than 18 different states all over India. So it's a quite achievement. So we get papers authored by 17 or 18 different states of India, and as a result, we had these proceedings. So this conference will actually witness 66 presentations, and that are mostly distributed over 4 different sessions. and we had fortunate enough that we had 12, or we can say 13 eminent, very famous mathematicians, statisticians, as well as computer security personalities who are going to talk throughout this conference. And with that, I'm sure that we are going to enjoy the whole conference. And with that, I would like to thank you all for joining us. And surely those who are in YouTube are watching this direct telecast, and also we welcome them as well and hope that you all will enjoy the event. Let's see how we can do it, and we always seek for your kind suggestion always. So the feedback form will be given every day almost at the end of this session of the whole day program, and we expect few of your suggestions how we can improve, because for the first time we are doing it online, and I'm sure that with your suggestions and help in future, if we have to do it online, we can do in a better way, or even in a physical mode we can do it in a better way. So with that, thank you very much for your kind attention. Now it's time for me to introduce Professor Eric Trell, who is the Emeritus Professor from Linköping University, Sweden. He is the founder, Vice President of IMBIC, and Director of the IMBIC of Sweden chapter. So it's now my great pleasure to invite Professor Eric Trell to deliver his inaugural address. Professor Trell. Professor Trell, I think you are mute. So can you please unmute yourself?
And am I
Yes.
in view also?
Yes, now you are audible. Yes, perfect.
Oh, thank you. Well, it's a pleasure to be here in Kolkata, although on the net. And that is a big step, I think. And it's, of course, addressing the COVID situation that is a new menace in addition to all other troubles of our earth. And I think an institution like IMBIC is an answer to that, because it not only lodges a kind of new communication, but also the role of scientific and science. Am I listened to, or?
Yes, you are audible. Yeah, please continue.
Okay. Well, my history with IMBIC goes back well before 2006, because we had meetings before in the Calcutta Mathematical Society of similar content, and we discussed then whether it wouldn't be very wise to start an institution for this. And in 2006, finally, we did, and the perspectives were, of course, the future, and we couldn't really dream of the evolution that has happened, where I think IMBIC is now a major institution of national and international standing. And this conference now, which is in the modern internet mediation, exemplifies this, that the institution and IMBIC are so viable that it can, so to say, adjust itself to the new circumstances that came as a surprise, and really has taken us all by repeating surprises. And from COVID 2019, it's now COVID 2020, and it seems that it will be COVID 2021 as well. So it's a real major change, a major event in the history of mankind. Nothing similar has ever occurred in the modern era. But of course, we can think back to plague and to the other diseases, cholera and so forth and so on. So, and we also have novels about plague and so on. That so we, in a way, are intellectually prepared for such a thing, but society was not prepared. And I think we come to learn a lot of things after we have passed this uh, pandemic. Uh, and we have perhaps an opportunity here also, if we just can link to it and not come back to overconsumption or whatever. And in that way, I think that this conference might be a signal to forthcoming events, and that will be an example also, I think. And as Professor Adhikari said, IMBIC would be ready both for coming back to a meeting, which always was so pleasant, but also to convene over the net, over the internet. And I look forward to both events, and perhaps they could even be combined, because I think a conference like this is going to stimulate follow-ups of different kind, and I think it could be representative in the whole nation and also international perspective. So it will be a kind of recurring global event. This is how I feel now, really. And this is the start, and there might be some small technical problems and adjustments, but the very, very skillful organizers here, both Professors Adhikari has made a tremendous job to put us all in place from all kinds and all parts of the world. So I think I stop here my little talk and just again say I am so happy to be here and taking part in the important MIC conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Eric, for your nice and illuminating and very enthusiastic way of speaking, as usual, and giving us always the right support and direction to give us. Thank you very much for your kind support all the time. Now it's my great pleasure to invite Dr. Shamim Ahmed, Senior Editor, Mathematical Sciences, Springer, India, to deliver the address of guest of honor. Dr. Ahmed, please.
Thank you, Professor Adhikari and Professor M.R. Adhikari, for kindly inviting me to attend this respectful conference that you have been organizing for so many years. And I have the pleasure of attending this conference for last few years. But the time is limited here, so I would like to show a few slides so that I can introduce something about Springer, its publications and processes. Can you see the slide? Are you able to see the slide? Hello?
No. I can't see the.
No,
Not yet.
not
yet.
sir. Not.
So, maybe now it is possible. No.
Yes, now it's visible. Yes.
Yes. So, good. Myself, Shamim Ahmed, and I'm responsible for entire South Asian countries, proposal from entire South Asian countries, Africa and the Middle East. I have been with Springer for the last 9 years, and earlier I have been with John Wiley and PHI Learning. I manage about 10 book series at Springer, all originated from India, and so far published 200 books for Springer. Springer is a global publisher dedicated to providing the best possible services to the whole research community. We help authors, researchers, and scientists to share their discoveries, enable researchers to find, access, and understand the world of others. So Springer is a vast, maybe the leading scientific publishers in the world, with 13,000 employees and in across 50 countries worldwide. Springer head office is in Heidelberg, Germany, and it has other offices in New York, India, Singapore, and Italy, France, and other places. In India, its head office is in New Delhi. Heart of New Delhi's Connaught Place, and there are about 120 employees in all editorial, sales, and marketing colleagues are there. Springer was actually founded by Julius Springer in 1842, about 178 years old company. Now in 2015, Springer joined hand with Nature Publishing Company to become Springer Nature. Now it is Springer Nature. Our role in academic book publishing is that the largest academic book publishers in the world book across all research areas, in, which include science, technology, medicine, humanities, and social sciences. We publish all of them. 13,000 new books every year we are publishing, and over 300,000 books already available on Springer Nature's web shop. Pioneer in digital book publishing. We are leader in digital publishing, first publishers to offer all books in electronic format alongside the print version. We have recently started publishing video products on scientific content, research product. Our list of disciplines is statistics, mathematics, hard sciences, engineering, computer science, business and economics, healthcare, life sciences, clinical medicine, HSS, humanities and social sciences. We have so far published 190 plus Nobel laureates and 60 plus field medalists so far. They have either contributed to journals or published their books. This is large Springer family. You can see Springer, A Press, and Birkhaus at the bottom, and there are so many companies. Many of them you may not be knowing. Types of products. Now the most important thing is what type of products we have. So besides textbooks, which is very well known, we publish research monographs. Springer is basically have been known as a monograph research publishers, but we have now so many best-selling textbooks in mathematics and other sciences. We have briefs. I should discuss very briefly about these products in further slides. Edited volume, proceedings, handbooks, professional books, reference works, videos, book series, journals, and machine-generated books. Textbooks, we all know that the textbooks means lots of problems, lots of exercises, but the textbook should be targeted to a specific audience. Means whether a textbook should be for undergraduate students or for postgraduate students or for specific courses. The language should be lucid and easy to understand. Monograph is research content. Readers are PhD students, researchers, scientists. The entire book is written by either one author or multiple authors. Minimum size page size is 150 pages. Edited volume. There is a difference between edited volume and proceedings. Edited volume, while edited volume, the topic is very closely related to one another. Also called contributed volume, edited collection, and multi-author volume. A collection of scholarly or scientific chapters written by different authors. Means chapters are contributed by different authors. Here, contrary to monographs, entire book is written by one or many authors. But here, chapters are contributed by different authors, and there are one or more volume editors who in white papers get them reviewed, all these papers, and then submit to publisher for publication. Minimum page size is again 150 here in this case, and proceedings like this. Proceeding is a Scopus Index series. Springer Proceeding in Mathematics and Statistics is a Scopus Index book series. So there are good chances for a conference organizer to submit their proposal for this book series. When a book series is Scopus Index, it means chapters are also Scopus Index and they are cited. This is like journals. Publish selected papers. presented in a conference. Recommended size is 150 to 400 maximum, and topics are current interest, appeal to a wider audience. I mean, the topic wider audience doesn't mean that we can publish a proceeding on application of mathematics or mathematical modeling in computer science. No, such wide topics are not a good idea to publish in a proceedings. So proceedings should be like algebra and applications, or kind of analysis and computation kind of things. So it should be theme oriented. Conference should be theme oriented. Then there is a possibility of publishing proceedings. Springer Brief is a very interesting book series, and its size is 50 to 125 page only, very small, 50 page, maximum 125 page. So the content should be research, surveys, and polished notes, state-of-the-art analytical techniques, a bridge between new research results published in journal article and contextual literature. Means journal article page, there is a limitation of 10-20 pages. But here, if a researcher wants to expand those journal papers which are not published for some reason, so that journal papers, one or many, 2-3 papers can be combined to make convert those chapters into a book form like this. So minimum page size is 50 is possible in this case. Next is major reference works. Here the size is again 1000 pages. So there's a contrast, 50 to 125 page, and here 1000 page. It is a kind of handbook. Handbook is possible. So again in handbook, in separate chapters are contributed by different authors. So it cannot be, a handbook cannot be written by one or many authors. So it is advisable to get chapters from different authors. Encyclopedia, handbook, textbooks also is possible in this case. Videos, as I just introduced, that Springer has recently started publishing videos. Springer Nature Videos is a collection of highly educational, peer-reviewed videos created by leading academic practitioners and thinkers. And these videos can be demonstrations, lab experiments, training materials, case studies, lectures, etc. So this is all from my side, except last slide is that here, how to submit your book proposal. Majorly, books are of two types. As I told you, all types of products can be divided into two major parts: authored book or edited volumes. Edited volumes where in separate chapters are contributed by different authors, and those chapters are collected and shortlisted and get them reviewed by a few volume editors. That is edited volume. Authored books, we all know that a book can be written by one or multiple authors. So what we need for these two types of book proposals, the complete table of content for authored book, a preface or introduction to the book, author's biodata with list of publications, the entire book or maximum available chapters. Suppose there are 10 chapters in the book, so minimum 4 or 5 chapters we need for evaluation purpose. And next, for edited volume or proceedings like this, if Professor Adhikaris are willing to publish, then list of all chapters with authors and their affiliation, list of all volume editors, preferably some of them from global, all finalized chapters, 2 referee reports, positive reports for all chapters. So this is the requirement for 2 different types of books. This is all from my side. Any query from your side? I shall be happy to answer. Professor Adhikari.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmed. Yes, thank you. Yeah, thank you, Dr. Ahmed, for your nice presentation. And so if anybody will have any queries or question, please do not hesitate to send him email. So his email ID is already reflected on the screen. So if you have any doubt or any question or any comments, please don't hesitate to send him email so that now we can go directly to the vote of thanks section. And before that, let's thanks Dr. Ahmed for his nice presentation. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Yes. So now may I request Mrs. Minoti Odhikari to deliver the vote of thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, everybody. We have reached at the end of this beautiful inaugural function. On behalf of the international organizing and program committees, now we take the opportunity to put our thanks and gratitude into words. I feel great honored and privileged to propose vote of thanks. We express our sincere thanks to the Honorable Chairman, Professor Dr. M.R. Odhikari, the founder president of IMBIC and retired professor of Calcutta University, for his inspiring and encouraging speech on importance of interdisciplinary scientific research work and the role of IMBIC for the promotion and extension of mathematical knowledge. We extend our heartfelt thanks to Professor Dr. Eric Trell, Emeritus Professor of Linköping University, Founder Vice President of IMBIC and Director of IMBIC Chapter, Sweden, who has kindly inaugurated the 14th virtual 3-day conference, MSAST 2020, from Sweden with his enlightening inaugural address. We are also thankful to Dr. Samin Ahmed, Senior Editor, Mathematical Sciences, Springer, India, for his encouraging speech on publication with Springer and close association with IMBIC in respect of its 6 publications. We must not forget to thank Professor Dr. Abhishek Odhikari, Professor of Mathematics, Presidency University, Kolkata, and Founder Secretary IMBIC, who has worked hard to make the entire plan and program of MSAST 2020 with active support from the program committee and the organizing team consisting of Dr. Angshuman Das, Presidency University, Kolkata, Dr. Parthasarathi Roy, University of Wollongong, Australia, Dr. Sabyasachi Dotto, University of Calgary, Canada, Dr. Usni Sarkar, Netaji Open University, Dr. Saurabh Das of NIT Jamshedpur, Dr. Sumit Kumar Devnath, NIT Jamshedpur, Dr. Manav Kumar Ghosh of Kalyani Mahavidyalaya, Dr. Pinaki Sarkar, Dr. Prakash De, Dr. Shivopriya Mitra, Mr. Subharsha Banerjee, Mohammad Kutubuddin Sardar, Mr. Jyotirmoy Pramanik, Mr. Sandeep Mondal, Mr. Chandan Goswami, Mr. Shubhamoy Mondal, Master Abhipriya Odhikari, and many others. A special thanks given to Miss Almitra Odhikari and Master Ankush Odhikari. I thanks to everyone once again for making it a grand success. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Mrs. Adhikari, for delivering the vote of thanks. So now is the time for the technical session. That's the end of the inaugural session. So we are little running out of time. So may I directly request Professor Eric Trell to chair this session. And for this session, we have 2 speakers, 2 eminent speakers. The first speaker is Professor Dr. Sakurai, Professor Koichui Sakurai. He is a professor at the Department of Computer Science, Kyushu University, Kyushu, Japan, and he is the member of Information Processing Society of Japan. He has done collaborative research work with members of IMBIC, like with me, as well as my PhD students, Professor Dr. Sabyasachi Dotto, who is currently in Calgary in Canada, and Professor Dr. Parthasarathi Roy, who is currently in Wollongong University, Australia. And he has a very close connection with India. So he has many times visited India, and I'm sure that in his slide he is also going to give a glimpse of that as well as the technical session will start now. And the second speaker will be Dr. Saurabh Sengupta. He has not yet joined. I'm sure that he will be joining soon. But may I now request Professor Eric Trell to
just an announcement. I mean,
yes.
I mean, regarding the next session, the parallel session, you need to announce something. That is
okay.
Yeah.
For the parallel session, the next parallel session, there are two sessions, as you can see that from the program. In the first parallel session, that is technical session 2A, will be continued here in the same platform. But for technical session 2B, it will be conducted on the platform of Google Meet. So all the speakers of that section will be requested to join that link. I have already sent you over email the Google Meet link. Please click on that, and the admin will admit you. And of course, the chairman of the session will be Dr. Anshuman Das of Presidency University, India. He is going to assist you all to start the session. So all the participants, all of the next session are requested to join before 6 p.m. So it will start at 6:10 p.m. of Indian Standard Time. So it's better to join earlier. So please join there 10 minutes, the parallel session speakers. So that's the announcement. Thank you. So please, Professor Trail, please continue.
Yeah, it's my pleasure then to start immediately by welcoming Professor Sakurai to have his speech. Welcome, Professor Sakurai.
Thank you. You hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for invitation. Today's my talk title is Power of the Neural Network to Cryptography. Okay. So this is a joint work with my PhD student, Marosh Ishak. Also the joint work together with Satya Dutta. He is now in the Calgary, Canada. Originally he from the Kolkata. So short introduction, me. Yeah, I have been collaborating with many Indian researchers, including the Professor Ado Hikari. So last 2 years, I published more than 10 joint paper, many Indian researchers. So still keeping some joint work with Indian researcher. So this coming January, I present 3 joint paper with them. And my background is mathematics. Yes, and moved to the applied science. Also getting PhD degree on the cryptography during the working in the company of the Mitsubishi. Then I moved back to my home university Kyushu, and I have been working there more than 3 years. Also, my first visiting India, it was 2005, the Chennai, the Madras, for Asia Crypt. Also visited ISI Kolkata with Professor Roy and IndoCrypt. Also invited many Indian younger researchers. Now they are getting senior professor, the Nandi, 204. Also some DST, JST or DST, JSpace joint project with Professor Bimal Roy or Abhishkari or Professor Susmita. Also last few years invited postdoc researcher from Kolkata, the first gentleman, the Samiran Bag, now the UK, Also Pasaloy. After my postdoc position, he moved to the KDDI Japanese company, and now they're working in the Wollongong, Australia. Also, the Sabutatia Dutta now working in the Calgary. Okay. So today's topics are originally motivated from the few years archive paper authored by the Google tool researcher Martin Abadi and David Anderson. The title is Learning to Predict Communication with Adversarial Neural Cryptography. So this talk first part consists of the neural cryptography before this Google paper or after the Google paper. And review the Google work, which is a two-party model between the Alice and Bob. Also, some recent new result after Google, including our research group, three-party adversary cryptography, also the extension to the steganography. Finally, we mentioned some challenging issues under recent works. One is toward the designing public key. Also, one approach to recent work is a quantum neural network. Okay, this is a summary of today's talk. So first, we recall the basic security item, the Kirchhoff principle. It was 1883. He mentioned this principle also reformulated in by Claude Shannon. And it is Kirchhoff says the security of the crypto system must lie in the choice of its key only. Everything else shouldn't be considered public knowledge, even the algorithm itself. So Shannon reformulated and stated, he said that the enemy knows the system. So the one ought to design system under the assumption that enemy will immediately gain the full familiarity with them. So Kirchhoff principle consists of the three items, and the second one is this. It should not be required as security, and it should not be a problem if it falls into the enemy's hand. Okay. This is a very basic principle, and always a crypto textbook or crypto research designer refer to this principle. But we should note it's so old. How much? 100 more, 200 years ago. So now we move to the modern cryptography stage with Kirchhoff principle. After the almost 100 years later, but now the 400 years ago, or 35 years ago, by the Diffie-Hellman developed the modern cryptography as the first new direction in the cryptography, also including the notion of the public key. In 1976, towards also the RSA crypto system invented in 1977. Some people say that it quite equivalent to the GCHQ, the British agency confidentiality designed before the RSA. This is a public key. So the which algorithm implement well with the Kirchhoff principle because before modern cryptography, almost crypto algorithms should be confidential. Still now, even some. Of course, public key is a kind of the implementation of this principle, but exact first algorithm is DS. The algorithm is public, and we could enjoy everybody. So recall the DS, also eventually the same born as the human modern cryptography. So history of the DS is the 73 NBS UK government called for algorithms. But before the official call for algorithms, IBM, the research officer, investigated early 70. Finally, the DS is published after some modification. You know already the DS was a replacement to the AES after the attack of the differential attack and linear cryptanalysis. Anyway, the DS could be said the first algorithms with implementation of the Kirchhoff principle. So quite surprisingly, his principle is 100 years ago. After 100 years ago, 100 years later, DS achieved his principle. So now quite popular for internet. We enjoy the public key algorithms or public known algorithm. But this is the point. All algorithms, DS, AES, are human design. And Bray-kun is a smart, quick researcher. So the point, designed by the human with a quite strong mathematics background, statistics background, but attacked by also human, sometimes with a powerful computer now. So one history, another one is security verification of the cryptographic protocols. 98, so-called now the bound logic. Okay. Also, the many researchers moved to logic-based automatic checker for analysis or verification of the security protocol. 19, the Lawson or Blanchett developed this type of 2003 automatic verification of the protocol. Also now the Blanchett developed the pro-belief, crypto-belief, etc. of the automatic crypto checker. So this is automatic with logic. But the crypto protocols are mostly designed by the human. So we could say this is designed by the human with also strong mathematics and verified by automatic with logic. These two typical examples. But now the Google approach is quite impressive. No more human involved. Only the artificial intelligence design and only the artificial intelligence analyzed, verified, attacked. This is an approach by the Google researcher. So some history of this area. You know the GAN, Generative Adversarial Neural Networks. So the Google approach inspired this GAN approach. So before 2000, researcher tried to design the crypto algorithms, a protocol, using the neural network. But most neural network-based cryptography is attacked due to the lack of the security or attacked by the very smart mathematics or cryptography researcher. So the last 10 years, most research designs like DES validation or AS validation. But now, thanks to the GAN theory of the AI, also thanks to the Google researcher, neural crypto revival again. And some positive aspect also, later we mentioned, we could say the neural crypto could be secure against the quantum computer. So now we are researching in this area. Also recall some related works about neural cryptography. Around 1991, it was Asia Crypt. It's the first Asia Crypt Tokyo. The Professor Ron Libest presented the keynote invited talk, the cryptography and machine learning. Also, Shamia Research Group attacked the neural cryptography presented by some European researcher based on the neural cryptography. And even recently, after developing the deep neural network, the Shafi Goldwasser presented the ISR talk, cryptography, machine learning, were variants talk, the AI and cryptography, challenge and opportunity. Also, Alice Shamir recently published some insecurity the machine learning problem solution. His paper keynote presented as risks last year, and the paper available the ePrint archive. So note again the deep learning in 2006 and advanced machine learning the 2014. Compared to each of this kind of crypto research presentation. In these neural networks have been well collaborated and studied around the cryptography research area. Okay. So now the review of the two-party model with a third adversary. So Alice, Bob communicate confidentiality or integrity. Of course, for cryptanalysis aspect, always we should thinking about the existence of adversary. If, and in most cases, Alice Bob shared some key in advance and try to execute some secure communication, but adversary try to wiretap or modification attacked. So adversary is a human or AI or machine, or which one we assume. So recall the analysis of the neural cryptography presented in Asia Crypt. So this paper attack target is a neural network-based some secure exchange scheme. And Alice and Bob each of using some neural networks. So Alice and Bob are using some neural network algorithms. And attacker, of course, attacker is a smart crypto researcher. And they present the three variant way of the attacking: generic, geometric, and probabilistic, including this paper. So Alice Bob using the neural network was designed by the original paper, and adversary is a smart crypto researcher. And methodology is some geometric, probabilistic, generic mathematics. Of course, we could extend this kind of paradigm to the quantum scenario. So if attacker is a quantum machine, or Alice and Bob were with or without a quantum computer. Anyway, most typical case two-party model assumes the adversary is a human brain with mathematics or machine. Maybe there's some paper today's or this conference discuss this kind of a model. Most advanced recent research is mathematics with quantum computer analyze as adversary. And in the recall the Shannon's statement, enemy knows our system and how to evaluate where is the security. So we summarize the first part. So previous work discussed the automatic evaluation of the crypto mechanism, or some research already automatic generation of crypto algorithms. But each one way. Evaluation only automatic, or generation only the automatic. So now the Google change this scenario to the all stage, designed by AI and evaluation by the AI. This is the idea of the approach and learning to protect communication with adversary neural cryptography. It's last 3 years ago. Okay. So this paper, everybody accessed by the ePrint archive, but sorry, this paper is submitted the ICL, the famous AI conference, but sorry, they are not accepted. But thanks to the open review system of the summit conference, we can enjoy the comments of the referee. And if you're interested, direct access to this paper, please. Now this Google Brain paper referred more than 100 paper at this today's. So very recent paper is some paper enhancing the security of the Google Brain approach. Also, most recent paper, the GAN-based secret sharing in the blockchain. This is presented by the IEEE transaction. cybernetics. Also, one extension from their idea to the cryptography to the more image steganography. It's also published by Access. Also, one paper is another extension, the facial feature security with the image processing. Also, most one new paper recognized published in the science report of some Chinese researcher approach to the based on the continuous variable quantum neural network. So they apply the quantum neural network to the encryption. It's a most new paper. You know these days are very hot topics of the quantum computer or quantum security or quantum cryptography. So they extend exactly the scenario I mentioned. This one, quantum machine network to design the Google paradigm. So one challenging topics at the Google paper is to design the public key crypto system. Recall the original paper, implement well succeed to design the conventional secret key algorithm. Alice and Bob shared same key, or try to generate the same key, same algorithm. So it's a kind of the typical conventional key algorithm, not public key. But Google research tried to extend the approach to the public key design. And also appendix, they mention something they approach, but finally the approach not going succeed yet. So this designing public key cryptography based on Google approach is a big open challenging issue. Please you try. Also, thanks to the Google research, we started the extension of their two-party model is a three-party model, more generalized. Also, the three-party with steganography from the cryptography. As a joint work with my PhD student Ishak and postdoc researcher Substita. Repeat again, the public key crypto system is still open. And another approach is topological evolving network. Also, this is my research group, Mr. Su, Dr. Daniel Vargas, and me. This is using by evolving more complicated network and enhance the reliability of the Google approach, and some get success. But also we try to extend a more complicated neural network or evolving network to implement the public key, but no succeed yet. Okay, so yet another interactable system. Almost final my talk, second conclusion. Of course, cryptography or steganography we enjoy now for secure communication. But alien may speak their AI language. You know the Facebook news. Facebook developed some robots for who are try to communicate some their own language. But finally, this project shut down because robots developed their original language, which cannot understand the outside. So it's some great aspect. Robots or AI are learning to chat in their own language. This means how smart the AI robots. You know the Kirchhoff is some engineer or security researcher, but he also interested in the language, natural language. Also the Borapuk, which is a human designed language. So the cryptography Google approach now move to the AI language. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much for this very nice talk. And I wonder if there are any questions that someone would pose. I welcome them now. In my opinion, this was a very, very nice lecture. The things that I understood, of course, it's, of course, by definition cryptic, but my interest has something to do with it because I'm dealing with entangled system in a way. So, have you any comments upon entanglement? Did my question get through? No. Professor Sakurai?
Yes.
Yes. You can hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Again, thank you for a very, very, very nice and deep presentation. And my question was, has this something to do with entanglement?
Entanglement.
Yes.
Excuse me, so what means entanglement?
That the kind of communication between Alice and Bob is coherent in a way.
You are talking about the quantum.
Yes. But I think by definition it should be entangled.
In the case of the quantum, yes.
Yes.
But I think the paper is still not implemented yet.
No.
But of course, you know okay. You are talking about the quantum communication.
Yes.
Okay. Maybe the two crypto applications from the quantum theory. One is the quantum communication and one is the quantum computer.
Yes.
It's two different principles.
Yeah.
Maybe the good questions are already we know a lot of the implementation of quantum communication.
Yes.
So applying the quantum communication, also the attack by the quantum computer is one model.
Yes.
So
well,
still
well, are there any other questions, or if so, or if not, I would like to thank you again for a fantastic lecture, really.
My pleasure. Thank you, sir.
Yes, and then it's my pleasure to call Next speaker, Dr. Sangupta, to the stand and talk about Bitcoin and the world of cryptocurrencies, also a very exciting subject. Please, if you have joined, please come with the lecture.
Can you see my screen?
It's coming.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Okay, so good evening, everyone, or good morning if you're from a different part of the world. Good evening and good morning to everyone. It's my pleasure to be here speaking to you about Bitcoin. So I think without further ado, I should start. I already lost about 5 minutes. Sorry for that. So, quick introduction. I am from the cryptology discipline. I did my PhD in that, but I come from a mixed background. I come from a BTech in electronics and an M Math in pure mathematics. So, I moved across fields to go into computer science. So, when I speak about Bitcoin, it would be mostly from the technical side of the story. You may be interested in other sides of Bitcoin or cryptocurrencies in general. I guess most people are interested from the trading side of it. I'm not. I don't do trading on cryptocurrencies at all. So this talk is not meant for that. Neither it is meant for the law enforcement side of things, which is more towards finding out of dark marketplaces or dark web places which uses Bitcoin. So it's not from that angle either. It's more from the usage of Bitcoin as a decentralized currency. So it's more from the free domain side of cryptocurrencies or Bitcoin. All right. So quick check. I'll start with what we mean by currency in general, and then we'll move along accordingly. So as you understand, when we say currency, we generally mean a medium of exchange. But when we say a medium of exchange, we generally mean our physical currency, as in banknotes or coins or something of that sort. And all of those have a very specific structure when we use it for exchange. The structure is more or less as follows. You have a centralized accounting system for most of the currencies that we use. What is a centralized accounting system? There would be an institution, we call it a bank in general. You would withdraw the currency from the bank. So the bank has a specific way of creating the currency and circulating the currency. You would withdraw it from the bank. You would do an exchange with another member of your community, and that member can deposit it back to the bank to redeem its value. Or maybe they can do multiple exchanges to get whatever it's worth, right? So you can buy, say, a pack of bread with the money that you've got. So that's what we know of as currency. We'll treat currency as of today as a two-party transaction exchange medium. So it's a medium of exchange between two parties. Good. So first question, can this be digitized? Well, let's try. The first thing would be digitization of currency, as in have a bill or a proof or a receipt which acts as currency. So if you have a bill, you can withdraw it from the bank, provided the bank has a way of generating it. You can spend it, so you can transfer it to somebody else. Think of a bank note as your receipt, and somebody can deposit it back to the bank. This is not bad, but what you don't have here is you do not have any fraud prevention. You do not know who is generating the money. If you need to know who is generating the money, then there are two questions that you should ask yourself. One, the receipt that you withdrew from the bank, is it unique? And the second, can somebody else generate the receipt apart from the bank? So first question is it unique? How do you make it unique? You maybe want to put a uniqueness to it to stop double spending. What is a double spend? Let's quickly check what happens with the digitized version of currency. If you have a banknote, a physical one, when you give it to somebody, it's with that person. It's not with you anymore. But if you have a digital version of it, then anything digital can be kept on forever as a copy to yourself. So when you give it out to somebody, you still retain a copy of that. What prevents you from spending that again to another third party, right? That's called double spending. So most of the digital currency literature, if you look through it, will talk about this problem, the double spend problem. How do you stop it? Uniqueness. That's what I mentioned. So every transaction has to be unique. How do you do that? You put a serial number on top of the currency note. So you put a serial number, and this should remind you of your standard currency notes. Put a serial number. The serial number acts as the unique identifier for the note. Now you know you cannot double spend. You cannot spend the same currency twice. That's fine. But you do not know if you cannot fraud that currency. That means you cannot generate a new currency note with a different serial number. Anybody can do that, right? So now you need uniqueness, but backed by an authentication by the bank that this currency is not just unique, but this is the one that I generated and nobody else can fraud it. Good. What do you do for that? You put in something that we know as a digital signature. Who signs it? Of course, somebody who is the authority. So a bank, for example. Now, digital signature is very common in cryptology everywhere. You sign that as a method of authenticating it from the point of view of the generator of the currency. Exactly what happens with our regular banknotes. You have a signature. In India, it would be the Reserve Bank of India governor who signs it. So that's a signature on the note. Good. Is this foolproof? Well, this is not bad. It's an authentic identifier. But as every note is signed and you're doing this transaction over and over again, you do not have any individual privacy anymore. As long as you're spending the note in a physical format to person, you have some sort of a physical privacy. Whom you are giving the note is not public to the bank. But if bank signs it and it's a digital transfer, then the record has to be kept by the bank and every transaction needs to have a record. As soon as you're keeping a record of every transaction, you lose privacy. So what's the question? Can I do it privately? All right. How do I do it privately? We start by looking at way back in 1984. It was David Shom who introduced the concept of signature, but a privacy preserving signature, also known as a blind signature. What happens here is you do not need to know the contents thoroughly, but you need to know the contents are properly formed and you can sign it to authenticate the content. If you go by this paper of 1984, you will understand what untraceable e-payments would look like. All right, how does it go? Quick summary. You would do a commitment for the electronic cash. There would be a blind signature by the bank. So if I want to spend 10 rupees to you, I will have to withdraw that 10 rupees from the bank. And that 10 rupee withdrawal would be me committing for the 10 and the bank signing the 10 rupee note. I will have a commitment by the bank as a blind signature. I can transfer that to any party that I want. This transfer or this proof of commitment that I have actually committed this 10 rupee transfer would be bound by zero knowledge proof. And then the party who receives the proof from me can take it as a receipt back to the bank and get back the value of that money. So it's a blind signature enveloped by a zero knowledge proof commitment scheme. This works. This is perfectly fine. It's anonymous digital currency. So what's the problem? You have anonymous digital currency by commitment, encryption, and blind signature, all connected to the zero knowledge proof mechanism. And this is 1984. So why did we go into anonymous currency in terms of bitchains and a ledger which is distributed amongst peers? So a peer distributed ledger was there in 97. VDAI came up in 98, created something called B-money, very close to what Bitcoin looks like. BitGold in 98 would be almost similar to Bitcoin, exactly how it looks like today. But final piece was something called a reusable proof of work by Hal Finney in 2004. All these things came together to form what we know as Bitcoin today, right? So remember this progression. If you want, you can read all these papers as a paper. Just Google for it, you will find resources. When you put all of this together, then you get something that we call Bitcoin now. It's by Satoshi Nakamoto, again, anonymous, group, person, we don't know. 31st October 2008. Put all of those techniques together to form Bitcoin. So let's see where the techniques fit in, all right? Quick check. Centralized transaction, we already mentioned. If you do a transaction from one party to another, you are here thinking about a transaction like an online banking transaction. So you would send the transaction notification to the centralized authority, the bank. The bank would have a ledger of accounts in general. They would deduct the money from your account and add it to somebody else's account. Now that's a centralized transaction. What we do is we'll decentralize it. How do we go about it? We'll try to look at what does a ledger look like. The ledger looks like an account-based ledger. There are accounts. Everybody has an account. When you ask for a transaction, the bank is the one responsible to check your ledger or check the ledger for your account and then deduct the money and add it to somebody else's. What if I replace the bank with a group of people, with a peer-to-peer community? If I do that, this becomes a decentralized but still account-based ledger. All right? So it's decentralized, but it's still account-based. What am I relying on? I'll send the transaction to my peer group. They will check into the ledger. They will try to find out if my account has enough balance. They'll deduct the balance and add it to somebody else's. Okay? But now, you will say, why would the peer group do this? Why would they maintain this entire account system? Why would they check for all these balances for every single account and know that you have spent the money or you are capable of spending the money? The transition from this notion to Bitcoin is you wouldn't have an account based ledger. You would rather have a transaction based ledger. The idea is if I have to spend money in an account based ledger, I have to prove that my account has sufficient balance. In a transaction based ledger, if I have to spend some money, I'll have to prove that I have an input transaction with me which has sufficient balance. And things change dramatically. If I have to prove my account has enough balance, somebody has to maintain my account. If I have to prove that my transaction has an input which is worth what I'm trying to spend or more, then I'm just going to attach my previous transaction receipt. So it's like taking one piece of money, and when I'm trying to spend it, I just have to prove the ownership of it. That's all. All right? So keep this in mind. We're almost there. It's a decentralized transaction-based ledger. I have to prove ownership of a transaction to spend it. Great. Let's proceed with it. What is a transaction now? Now, a transaction would be a record of me trying to spend something. We'll start with the peer-to-peer network. Again, decentralized. So there is no authority. There is no bank. I will try to send a transaction from Alice to Bob. Let's say there is some amount of money that I want to spend. If I want to spend that amount of money, that transaction would go into a record of transactions. So here's my record of transactions. It's just a ledger. There are a bunch of transactions listed out there. So it's a record of transactions. If it's a record and I need to prove that I have sufficient balance, so in my case, Singapore dollar 120, if I have sufficient balance, then there must be a transaction that comes to me with that balance. So if Bob gets this transaction of SGD 120, they can use this to create another transaction of 100 SGD. All right? But they have to use this previous transaction. They cannot just say, I have the money. They have to prove they have the money. How do you prove you have the money? Alice spent 120 out here. She must prove they have the money. So you need this connection between two transactions. If Bob wants to spend 100, he has to prove he received 120 early. Good. And so does Alice. Alice wants to spend 120. She has to prove she had 170 or something like that before. Good. So we go with the transaction creation. To prove ownership, now we shift our focus to crypto. We know in cryptography, there is something called digital signature, which is a very common. You have a key generation, you generate the public and private key. With public key, you can encrypt something and you decrypt it with the private key. So that's our standard cryptographic scheme. But if I take the encryption out of it, if I just do signature with it, then it's the way. I sign the private key and somebody with a public key can verify it. So we'll use it in that fashion. This verification with a signature can also be done by doing something like an authentication check for ownership. If I sign a document with my private key, somebody else verifies that and it verifies correctly, you know it's I who signed it. So it's an authentication mechanism to prove that I owned the document or that I created the document or that I signed the document. We're going to use exactly that here. If Alice wants to create a transaction, they have to do a bunch of things. They have to create the transaction with an input to a previous transaction. So there is a 170 transaction that comes into Alice's account from somewhere, I don't know where, but I know that she received it. She can use that to prove that she generates these two new transactions, 120 and 50. And to prove that, she has to sign it. So that's a signature out here. If you sign it, you are signing the previous transaction, that I owned the previous transaction, hence I'm able to create the new one. That's the basic story. All right. So keep in mind a few things. The input 170 has to match the total output. So there's 120 and there's a 50 out here. I'm spending entire transaction. What happens when I have spent this transaction, this SGD 170? Once I've spent it, it's gone. It's not in my account anymore. So I cannot spend it again. That's where the prevention of double spending comes from. All right? That and other mechanisms. Cool? So that's a transaction. How do I record the transaction if there is no bank or centralized authority? And that's more fun. You take the transaction, it's a packet of data, you send it to your nearby peers in the peer-to-peer network. So you send it to my neighbors, for example. What do? They keep a record of all the transactions they receive from the network over time. So everybody maintains a page of the ledger. All right. So it's a ledger, means it's a banking book. There is no bank, so everybody has to maintain that. Everybody maintains it page by page. Right now, these three peers are maintaining their own page, one page of the ledger. There is, of course, a verification they have to do. The verification is very simple. They just have to verify the signature. And verification of the signature is not very hard to do if you have the public key of the user. Good. So verify, record. What's the next step? Here is what I call a public ledger. Now, that's a fun topic. What is a public ledger? Is there a public authority maintaining the ledger? Of course not. It's a peer-to-peer network. So what is a public ledger? A public ledger is just your own private ledger as long as it tallies or it matches with everybody's private ledger. So it's literally a distributed system. Everybody has their own private copy of the ledger. You tally it with everyone. As long as your ledger matches with everyone, that's your public ledger. All right? So that's where the notion of consensus comes from. If you have a consensus on something that you share, then that becomes a public knowledge. Same out here. There's a public ledger. If everybody has recorded a page of the ledger, they can always append it to the public ledger. What is appending? Very simple. You have your page, you broadcast it to the entire group. The group checks it. If it matches, they will add it to the ledger. Right? The bigger question is, who gets to send this page to the public broadcast system? Can you put up this page on the notice board and say, this is my page and this has to be true? No, you cannot. The concept of who gets to append this page to the ledger comes from something we call mining in Bitcoin. What is mining? All right, let's go back a step and say, who does the appending? Of course, somebody who is elected a leader of the pack. How do you elect a leader? There can be several leader election mechanisms. Bitcoin does a leader election mechanism through a puzzle. So think of a lottery or a puzzle given to you, maybe a Sudoku or something of that sort. You solve it using your computational resources. If you get the solution to the puzzle the fastest amongst your peer group, you post the solution and the page that you created. So it's a leader election via a puzzle. This is known as proof of work. Once you post your solution, that becomes a new page. Okay? Is it true that this page is correct in all respects? All the transactions are correct? No. Here you go into a voting mechanism. What is a voting? You wait till the next person puts up another page beyond yours. If they put up a page extending your page, they have voted for you. But they can always vote against you. And voting against you would look like a challenge. They would fork the chain and they would create a parallel block at the same level. This is exactly what we call a blockchain, a chain of blocks. It is a consensus. If everybody agrees, the next person is probably going to extend your block. But if it was a challenge, then you have to wait for the next person to come in and vote for one of the two blocks. Whichever one sustains the longest chain would be the final chain or the final version of the truth. All right. So there are several transactions going on. You record the transaction. You wait for the puzzle to be solved. Whoever solves the puzzle puts up a block. You can extend previous blocks or you can conflict or challenge. If you have a conflict or a challenge, you can extend either of the things. The longest chain survives. This whole thing is known as a consensus mechanism. Every person interested in maintaining the ledger has to participate in this consensus mechanism. All right? Good so far? All right. So this is our voting mechanism. Now, a good question is that's the overall picture. Let's check the picture. The question from the voting that you should keep in mind is, why should people participate in this? Let's take a look at the entire picture and we come back to that. So suppose I want to send in, say, Bitcoin, this one. What's the mechanism? You send it to the peer-to-peer network. Again, a recap. You record it. You verify the transactions are correct. You do the mining process, which is solving a puzzle, and you publish your block. So the entire blockchain would be visible, right? Let's quickly check if it is. So the blockchain for Bitcoin is right here. Maybe I refresh once. So this is btc.com that I am viewing right now. It's an entire public blockchain record for Bitcoin. You see all the blocks out here. So there is a block F2 pool right now. Let me see. Right, okay. So this is my F2 pools block. They submitted the block when? There's a block count, how many blocks they submitted and so on. So this F2 pool is the miner or is the person who is actually, they have a block, they have a bunch of blocks out here. So I can go into one of the blocks and you can see in a block there's a block height, so that many blocks in blockchain right now. You see the transactions and so on and so forth. So here are the transactions. See, it goes from an account to multiple accounts. It goes from one person to multiple persons, or you can also fuse transactions, two of them go to a single transaction. All right. So that's my standard blockchain data. The Bitcoin data is entirely public. You can take a look at it. I'm looking at btc.com. Feel free. There are several blockchain explorers. A bigger question to ask is the consensus game that I just mentioned. Why should somebody participate in this mining game? So here comes the basic nitty-gritty details of Bitcoin. You would participate in mining if you get some incentive given out for that. What are the incentives? Generally, you would get an incentive in two terms. You get to choose one transaction in this block that you have created. If I go back to my block that was created by F2 pool, you see the first transaction out here is called a coin-based transaction. A coin-based transaction goes to generally the miner, the one who is creating the block, and this one is somewhere around 7.075 Bitcoin, and that's a lot of money as of today. So this transaction is a transaction that's created by the miner themselves. Why did they create it? They created it by fusing two amounts. One is a 6.25 Bitcoin, which is the one that they're getting for mining or being loyal to the system. So that we would call a consensus fee. They are participating in this consensus game, they're getting a fee for that. The second is something extra, which is on top of that, and that would be a verification fee. This comes from all the transactions that they're recording. So it's exactly like a bank. You have a transaction fee for every transaction. The transaction fees get accumulated as a verification fee for the miner. And to be loyal to the system, you're getting a consensus fee. The design of Bitcoin was done by Satoshi Nakamoto, keeping these two in mind. If you look at blockchain in general, there are two goals of the system. One is it should be verifiable and tamper resilient layer. So you need all these miners to be honest and true to the system. They have to follow the protocol, the consensus regime, and so on. And it also needs to be a very active network for the end users. That means the miners cannot just say, I'm not going to participate anymore. From the end users, the demand would be definitely the activeness, which is the inclusion of records. And the second would be, if I'm paying a fee for my transaction, which I'm paying for the banks as well, then my value. So you want them to be penalized for spamming the network. Good. So that's a very good question again. What is the optimization between spamming the network and de-incentivizing for that versus enough, or rather small enough transaction fee to incentivize large transactions? So that's a very good thing. So penalizing spams, so you have to be setting a minimum there, but you also have to set a maximum, otherwise people won't be participating in the network. All right? It's a good question. These two have been put together in Bitcoin. Again, I call them Satoshi's brilliance. The incentives are built into the system. That's a proof of work. There are variants of it. Reusable proof of work I mentioned by Hal Finney, 2004. That goes in as our election mechanism. If you're more from a computing background, not a math background, but more from a distributed systems computing background, you should be focusing on this election of miners. So it's election of a leader. And leader election schemes in distributed system is an open problem. There are several leader election schemes. You can find out if there is a way of electing a leader in a network without doing this proof of work. That could be a very interesting problem. All right. Okay. Quick check. If you have miners and they are doing a problem, they're solving a problem to get to be the leader, then they will start off with more or less uniform computational privilege. But soon enough, they would be dominant in terms of putting in their money back into the system, investing in it, and gaining more and more power. So right now, if you look at the mining system of Bitcoin, it looks like pretty uneven. It looks uneven in terms of the hash power in sense of the problem that Bitcoin solves. Again, a very good question here for a distributed system is, can you make it even? Can you have something like a democratic process to choose a miner rather than this is more of a, I would say this is more of a plutarchy, right? Not really a democracy. It's plutocracy. So if you have a plutocracy, then you have this kind of uneven power. Can you do a democracy? That's a very good question. It's severely non-green, which means the proof of work puzzle that you have created here for consensus is extremely costly computationally, and there is no extra benefit to it. So a very good question is, can you create useful puzzles, useful computations? These are the ways that people think about in terms of consensus research. Quick check, I'll stop with the reference. There are many other aspects. I'll stop with the reference set. I would suggest you take a look at the Bitcoin demo. So there is something called coindemo.io. Let me see if I can pull up the coin demo. All right, so there's a coin demo. If you're interested to find out how Bitcoin really works, try it out. This coin demo is built by, I forgot the name who built it. It's really well built. It tells you how the blockchain works. You can mine a new block, you can add more peers, you can take a look at it. So take a look at this, the coindemo.io. It's a very good tool. The blockchain explorer that I showed you is in btc.com, but there is another one out here. Or if you're interested, you can take a look at the CoinMarketCap as well, which is more on the other side of the story. Okay, good. So I understand blockchain as an abstraction will be talked by of Misa, I guess, in a couple of days or maybe tomorrow. So I'll stop here. I'm over my time, I guess. There are several other problems in Bitcoin or blockchain. I'll just quickly mention a couple and then I'll stop there. So here are the three big problems that people are working with right now, 3 or 4 big problems. One, if you're a programmer, if you're from the software development side, you should look at smart contracts on several blockchains. So it's scripts, Solidity, or chain code, depending on the blockchain that you're using. That's one. Second is scalability. So all these transactions that you're sending out to the peers, the scalability would be a very big problem. What is scalability? Scalability is an issue of how many transactions can you pass per second. So what's the throughput of transactions? People are talking about off-chain transactions, sharding, or multi-layer solutions. Third would be interoperability. We are getting many blockchains developed every day. So when you have different blockchains, they have different consensus mechanisms, and they need to talk to each other. How do you make these consensus mechanisms talk to each other when they don't match up? As in, a consensus mechanism on Ethereum doesn't talk to Bitcoin directly, neither does it talk to Hyperledger directly. So you have to find out ways of talking to each other, the interoperability of blockchain, more known as the Internet of Blockchain. And of course, there are issues of security. There are a bunch of layers, smart contracts, transaction recording, consensus mechanisms, storage, and peer-to-peer network. There's a need for security at every layer, right? Of course, there is another one which is known as privacy. Again, every layer of blockchain has a different need for privacy. So there are several other things that you can take a look at, right? For the sake of time, I will stop here. Here are a few references for you. If you're interested to read about Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies, go with the book from Princeton. It's a very good book. From a developer point of view, it would be Mastering Bitcoin, the more of a developer's guide, and watch a video if you want. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. That was fascinating, exciting, really. And of course, there must be some questions here, and I would invite such questions.
Sure.
Are there anybody? Is there anybody wanting to put a question? Professor Adhikari?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't
I
have
don't
any
have any
question now.
question now.
Okay, perhaps I could just ask
Sure, Prof.
for interest. There are advertisements on the net, buy Bitcoin and so forth and so on. Is there a stock market for Bitcoins? I mean, has they a value and is that exchangeable?
Yeah, so that's a great question. So in general, the cryptocurrency market behaves in two different ways. One is the cryptocurrency market values tokens or assets on blockchains versus one another, which means a Bitcoin can be transacted for Ethereum, Ether, and Ether can be transacted against something else like a Binance coin, and so on and so forth. So there's a cryptocurrency exchange market for them within the assets. That's entirely independent of the fiat currency. So it has nothing to do with US dollar or Singapore dollar or Indian rupee. But there is of course a market which interacts between. So if you have Bitcoin and you want to sell and get US dollars, Singapore dollar, Indian rupee, you can do that through these exchanges in between. So these two exchanges are slightly different. The exchanges which talk to the fiat currency market have to be regulated by the government because the fiat currency is regulated by the government, whereas the cryptocurrency exchanges, which talk between cryptocurrencies, are often non-regulated. So they have a very different economic structure. This is called decentralized finance nowadays, DeFi. DeFi is becoming very popular. So a lot of cryptocurrencies are coming up right now.
It's a new word, really.
It's a new word, for sure.
Yeah. Thank you very much for this talk.
Thank you so much, Prof.
And then I think this session is concluded, and there is some little space for some general comments, if any. And if there isn't, I would like to thank both lecturers very much for excellent and stimulating introductory talks to this conference. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Yes, thank
Thank
you
you
both
both,
Professor
Professor
Sakurai
Sakurai,
and Dr.
Dr.
Shenmugam
Shenmugam,
for their
and
nice
nice
talks.
talks.
Thank you very
Thank
much
you very
for being a
much
part of
part
this
of
program.
this program.
So
Now,
we are now in time. It's a time for parallel session. So the participants, I think already they have moved to that other parallel session. All the speakers of the other parallel session, they have already moved. And so here we have the speakers for the 2A session. So if somebody is still here for 2B parallel technical session, I requested to join the other link, that is the link by Google Meet. So that's already given to your email. So please click on that so that you can directly get into that. And for this technical session 2A, may I now request Dr. Partho Sharathi Roy from Wollongong University to chair this session. So Partho, are you here?
On behalf of MSAST 2020, I want to welcome all the speakers for their presentation. So in this session, we have altogether 6 speakers, Mrs. Priyanka Datta, Mr. Jyotirmoy Pramanik, Dr. K. Sravanan, Master Obhipriyo, Mohammad Kutubuddin Shartar, and Dr. Subhashji Datta. So now I would like to invite Mrs. Priyanka Datta to present her paper. Hi, Priyanka.
So Priyanka also might be the same problem. So
No,
could you
Priyanka is using the browse, I think.
Okay, she's on the using browser, Google Chrome browser.
I think she's sharing. Yes, she's also.
Okay.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can
Yes.
hear you, but we cannot see your presentation.
But I am sharing it. Okay, let's try again.
I think you are sharing your whole screen. That's why. Just go to the presentation and then
Click on this presentation, double click.
Can you see my screen? No. But
Yeah.
I'm sharing my screen. Can you see now?
Just we have seen your presentation. You yes, now we can see your presentation.
Ah, okay.
Minimize your
Okay.
Microsoft software and present.
Is it fine now?
Yeah, it is fine.
Okay. Sorry for this. Good evening, everyone. Title of my talk today: Quantum Safe Identity-Based Unidirectional Proxy Re-encryption. So outline of my talk. First, I will give some motivation, then definition and security model, then some prerequisites, and finally the construction of our scheme, that IPU PRE, and sketch of security reduction. So what is PRE, proxy re-encryption? PRE is a public key encryption which offers delegation of decryption rights. It securely enables the re-encryption of ciphertext from one key to another. It allows a semi-trusted third party called proxy, which securely divert encrypted files from user A to user B. At first, user A will send some key that's called re-encryption key to this proxy. Then using this re-key, proxy can convert the encryption files of user A to user B. How? Using this re-encryption key, he will compute the re-encrypted ciphertext and he will send this to B. Then Bob can decrypt this ciphertext using his secret key and can get the underlying message. So this is the delegation of decryption rights. PRE has many elegant applications in secure cloud storage, from encrypted email forwarding, then securing distributed filing system, digital right management system, many more. So this is the definition of proxy re-encryption. In 1998, Blech, Blumer, and Strauss introduced this concept, PRE. After that, in 2006, Athenis, Green, and Hohenberg formalized the properties of PRE and the security notion. After that, in 2007, Kenneth Hohenberg introduced the CCA secure PRE. There are a long line of follow-up work, but till then there was no quantum safe PRE. In 2009, Gentry mentioned the lattice-based PRE using FHE, the fully homomorphic encryption, in his thesis. However, FHE caused a huge computation. So in 2010, Sagawa proposed lattice-based PRE in his PhD thesis, but the construction lacks concrete security analysis. So finally, in 2014, Kishanova proposed first lattice-based CCA secure PRE, but unfortunately there was some security flaw which was fixed by Fan et al. In 2019. So there was a few effort for the construction of lattice-based IPPRE, but unfortunately those are flawed. But in standard model till there was no IPPRE. Recently, we have studied IBU-PRE in standard model. So unidirectional, our scheme was unidirectional. Unidirectional means using this re-key, the encryption from user A to user B is possible, but from user B to user A, no, not possible. So there was bidirectional scheme also. So in bidirectional scheme, using that re-key, one can send from user A to user B and user B to user A. So we have studied this IBU-PRE in standard model, where the size of re-encrypted ciphertext also the same with the encrypted ciphertext. It was a joint work with Professor Sushilo, Dr. Jung, Dr. Beck, and Dr. Roy. Today we will discuss about design of lattice-based IBUPRE. Before starting the design, we will look into the formal definition of IBUPRE. So IBUPRE, here U stands for unidirectional. IBUPRE is a set of six algorithms. So the first one is setup. Taking input as a security parameter, it will output the public parameters and the master secret key. After that, there was extract algorithm. Using extract, one can compute the secret key of ID, and this is the rekeygen algorithm, where using the secret key of user I and the ID of IDI and IDJ, one can compute this re-encryption key from I to J. And this is the encryption algorithm. This is the re-encryption. So using this re-key and the ciphertext under this user I, one can compute the ciphertext under J participant. And this is the decryption. Here, the size of this ciphertext and the re-encrypted ciphertext is same. And since it's unidirectional, using this re-key, we can re-encrypt the ciphertext from I to J. And also our scheme is single hop. Single hop means the re-encrypted ciphertext cannot encrypt it. No. So the security model of our scheme is CPA, secure. So before seeing the public parameter, adversary will send the challenge ID to the challenger, that is ID star. Then challenger will send or of his case. If this B dash is actual is B, then adversary can win. Our construction is based on lattice, mainly the integer lattices. Integer lattices are nothing but a discrete subgroups of Zm. Mainly our construction, we are using here full rank lattices, where this basis here N and M are equal, and these are the QRA lattices. And our scheme, the hardness of our scheme is decisional LWE, the learning with error. So what is decisional LWE? For a prime integer q or positive integers nm and a noise distribution x over zq, decisional LWE is in decisional LWE, ones have to distinguish the following two distribution. Like this is A transpose S plus this is a error, and A and U is a random element. Here A is a random element from ZQ n cross M, and S is some kind of, it's a secret from ZQN, and U is a random element from ZQN, and E is the noise vector that are sampled from this distribution chi-m. The main technique of our design is the delicate use of trapdoor delegation algorithm from MP12, the Mishancio-Picard. So at first, I'm giving some, I will discuss about this G trapdoor. The G trapdoor was introduced by Mishancio-Picard in 2012. Now, what is G trapdoor? So for a uniform matrix A bar from ZQ n cross M and a short vector R from Z m bar n K, and for an invertible matrix H, first define some A, which is a structure like this. So we can represent A of Ri equals to Hg. Here G is a gadget matrix. It's a particular matrix defined by this, defined in MP12, where in this form, here R is called a G trapdoor of A with tag G, tag H. Here H is an invertible matrix. So here R is called the G trapdoor of A. And the main technique which I have used here, so that is called trapdoor delegation. So if I have a trapdoor for A, I can compute a trapdoor for A concatenate A bar. That is I can compute a trapdoor for any extension of A from this side. So how to delegate or how to compute this delegation or delegate of trapdoor? So at first I need a trapdoor for A, that is I have some trapdoor R. So using this trapdoor delegation or del trap algorithm, it will take an input, this matrix and the trapdoor R of A and some invertible matrix H dash. It will output a new trapdoor or G trapdoor of this matrix. This technique is called trapdoor delegation. It's a main basic tools of our scheme. So the construction of our IBU-PID scheme in setup phase, first we will choose a uniform matrix A bar and a short vector R, and we will set A bar dash as A bar R. We can see that for this matrix R is a trapdoor. Also we will choose some invertible matrix H1 H2 from this CQN cross N, and also choose matrix A1 A2, and we will output the public parameters, and we keep this R, which is a trapdoor, we will keep this as a master secret key. For extract, at first we will construct AI tilde here like this. Here HIDI is a particular value for each IDI. Basically, from IDI to HIDI, it's a FRD map, full differences map, which was introduced by Agarwal et al. For different ID, it will all different value. And suppose IDI is not equals to IDJ, that means HIDI is not equals to HIDJ. It's the definition of this FRD map. And we will also construct AI1 and AI2 like this. Then we will compute this RI1 using del trap algorithm. So I have a trapdoor for this AI tilde. We can see that R is a G trapdoor for this AI tilde with invertible tag HIDI. So we can use this trapdoor R of AI and we can compute a trapdoor for this matrix. So RI1. Same way we can also compute this RI2 for this matrix. Finally, we can give secret key RI1, RI2 for this ID. We can see that this matrix AI, RI1, RI2 is a trapdoor for this matrix. Here, for this two part of secret key, basically RI1 we are going to use to compute the re-encryption key from user I to any user, and RI2 we are going to use to decrypt a ciphertext under this I. So the first part we are going to use the re-encryption key, and for the second part we are going to use in decryption. So encryption. So here our message space is 01 to the power nk. First we will map this M to encode M. Similarly, we can construct AI, and we will choose a uniformly random S from CQN. And we will sample some error vector E from discrete Gaussian, and we compute this B transpose like this. So this B is our ciphertext. And for decryption, we are going to use the inversion algorithm. In inversion algorithm, if I have a trapdoor for this AI, so we can compute this ZD, for which B transpose is like this. And for rekeygen, to compute the re-encryption key, we are going to use the secret key of IDI, and we are going to use this sample algorithm, and we will sample this x00, x10, x20 and this value such that this into this will be this. So basically this is AI, this is the rekey, and this is AJ. For re-encryption, So if I have a ciphertext B of user I, simply we will multiply this B transpose with this re key and we can compute the re-encrypted ciphertext of J. Now for the security reduction, suppose we have a target identity ID star for selective security. We during the setup phase, we will set this ever like this -a star r minus h id star g. We can see that for I not equals to j or id not equals to id star, this part will be not equals to 0. So that means this is an invertible matrix. So we can delegate this secret key using the trapdoor, this R. Next, we can choose this Ri star 2 from this discrete Gaussian. We can set A1, A2 dash like this. Similarly, we can construct A1, A2, and we can see that for ID star, AI star will be like this. So we can embed the LWE challenge at ID star. So this is the security direction of our scheme. Here are some references. If you have an interest in PRE, so you can maybe look in these papers. So these are the Blaze Blue Masters papers. There is Green Athenes papers. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Priyanka, for your talk. So, anyone have any questions or any comments?
I have just one query. Thank you for the. Can you hear me?
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. So I'm a bit, just a bit confused. So when you are talking about this proxy re-encryption, so
Yeah.
can the proxy be an active adversary?
Yes.
Like, okay.
So that's why there is some properties we are going to mention, like there is a one proxy transparency, or there is a, see, if there is many attack during this proxy, because if proxy is an dishonest, and then proxy and one user together, they can compute some key of the honest user. Maybe in this way they are maybe can attack. So that's why where we maintain one property, like third party cannot compute a key of a honest user using one dishonest participant. So
Okay. I see. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, so thank you. Any more questions? Any other questions? Okay, so we are a little beyond the time. So thank you, Priyanka, again for your talk. So we can move to the second talk, towards newer generalization of secret sharing by Jyotirmoy Pramanik. Hi, Jyotirmoy, are you here?
Doctor, I hope you can hear me.
Yeah.
Just give me a couple of seconds to share my screen. Is my screen visible?
Still no. Yes, now it's visible.
Okay.
Yes. Now we can hear you and we can see your slides. Please start.
Thank you, Dr. Before beginning, I would like to thank the organizers of MSAST 2020 for allowing me to present this work of ours. This work speaks about newer generalizations of secret sharing. Secret sharing is a very well-known technique, and it has numerous applications in numerous fields of computer science. But before I begin, allow me a bit of drama. I would like to announce that any names or pictures that you are about to see in these slides may or may not be realistic. So, just a bit of disclaimer. Speaking of secret sharing, the invention of secret sharing was due to the necessity of storing cryptographic keys, or rather, cryptographic key management uh, somehow induced the invention of secret sharing as a necessary tool of storing the keys which were being used to encrypt or decrypt some data. Now, the problem was to assure perfect secrecy in some encryption scheme, one had to guarantee that the keys were very heavy. So, in other words, very simply said, to encrypt a message with perfect secrecy, the secret key had to be of the size, at least of the size of the message. So, that would mean to sign a big message, you would need a big key. Now, if you have a big key, you have to store it somewhere. And if you store a big information somewhere, you have big trust issues because you're storing a huge amount of information somewhere. And of course, you want to guarantee that that information or that key is not compromised. Hence, secret key. Hence secret sharing. Secret sharing is something that stores the piece of information or the key to some secret encryption scheme in not one location, but it splits it into a finite number of shares and stores it in different locations or servers or with different people. And when they need to recover the secret key, certain combinations of those storages are required or called upon, and then they submit their shares of the key, and the secret is reconstructed. Also, we have to keep in mind that for some combinations of the shares we can recover the secret, but for the other combinations we cannot recover the secret. So here comes the formal idea of secret sharing. I will just briefly explain what it says. Due to the definition presented by Amos Byman in his article in 2011, it says that every secret sharing scheme is equipped with two protocols. One is the shared generation protocol, which is usually invoked by the dealer, or rather the impartial participant who is probably the owner of the actual secret, and he splits the shares, splits the secret into certain shares and stores them with certain participants. So then the notion was that the share secret will be stored into say n number of shares with some n number of pre-decided participants, and then the dealer would go away. Now comes the second part of the secret sharing, where the reconstruction protocol would be invoked by certain combinations of these participants. And if they were qualified to recover the secret, then they would recover the secret with absolute certainty. And if they were not qualified to recover the secret, then having the shares of some subset of participants who are not qualified to recover the secret will give them no advantage over an outsider who has no shares at all in guessing the secret. So this, in brief, is the whole picture of secret sharing. Now, in 1979, Adi Shamir uh, proposed a very simple yet elegant method of sharing a secret in a manner that it will be shared among n participants, so that whenever k or more participants come together and put down their shares, we can operate those shares and we can recover the secret back. This property is called k reconstruction. And whenever k minus 1 or lesser number of participants come together, they get no information. So this is called k minus 1 privacy. The problem with traditional secret sharing was that whatever calculation or computation was done here, it was done on some finite field. But the underlying assumption was that the field would have to be greater than the field size would have to be greater than the number of participants involved. So this was always there. Now this creates a problem whenever a new participant comes along. So let me explain this problem in terms of another problem uh, which I will be using as an analogy to explain this problem. So let us welcome the infinite PhD scholars problem. Suppose we have a professor who wants to offer PhD positions. Now students keep applying and they get selected one after one, one after one, one after one. Now there will come a time when the professor cannot offer any more PhD positions. What happens if more participants want to do PhD with the professor then? So in this case, so this basically captures what is the necessity of uh, evolving secret sharing, which was introduced in a paper by Kumargutsky and Orioge. So without going into the technical details, I will say what it does in brief in a very, I'll try to say it in a very lucid manner. So we suppose we have a secret S, and what Kumargutsky and Orioge did, they proposed a box, which is their shared generation box. So whenever a new participant comes, they just pick out a share from that box and give it to that participant, and the participant goes away. The participants may keep coming, and these three people just give them one share for that. And what is essential that the shares are not refreshed. So whenever a new participant comes, we don't need to ask a previous participant to submit his share and he will be given a new share. Whenever it is given forever till the time of reconstruction. And this work was from 2016, and since then there have been many works that cited this work and in this direction of evolving secret sharing. But there is a limitation to this assumption, which says that qualified states should remain qualified. This is the assumption that they make in this work, and all the works that have been done in evolving secret sharing direction, they follow this assumption that qualified sets should remain qualified. There is a scope of work here that should be able to capture other scenarios like deletion of qualified sets, introduction of new qualified sets, and even allowing qualified sets to remain qualified. So for that, we need to have some new assumptions, and which will be for which we will need to liquidate certain properties of or rather restrictions of usual secret sharing. So we propose a new assumption, which is which we will be calling that as the trusted recent party. So at the time T, we have to trust the latest participant PT. That is our assumption, and that participant will be having a hash value of the latest access structure AT, and the reconstruction protocol will not only take the participant's input, but it will also take RT as input, which is the hash of the latest access structure, which captures the scenario that the latest party has to be consulted before the reconstruction round. And this is a work in progress, and this we are hoping that this work will have further applications in inter-server interactions, secure function evaluations, and on other applications. This is a brief summary of this work. Of course, before ending, I should declare that the pictures that I showed were not imaginary, and they relate to some very practical and realistic people. And that is it. With this, I would like to conclude. Thank you.
So, anyone have any questions?
I have one question, one simple question.
Yes.
When you are talking about this new model, new directions that that qualified sets may not remain qualified after a certain point of time, and also giving hash value and storing it somewhere. So, I mean, do you assume there is a third reconstructor? I mean, when the parties submit their shares to the reconstructor, then it recovers the secret, or the parties. So there is this interaction among the parties to recover the secret. So,
No, a third reconstructor has to be assumed because that reconstructor will interact with the latest party before reconstructing and collect the latest RT, which gets updated with time. And after he
right.
gets that from the latest participant, then he will proceed.
Okay. 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 But how would you resist the collusion of the old parties? Because if
So,
there is a collusion,
yes, I
uh,
get your question. But the scope of allowing cheaters is yet open. You have to think about it. This work is still in progress.
okay. Okay. So thank you. Okay.
So, Jyotirmoy, I have one question. So, do you assume in this model any hard cryptographic assumptions, or you design such kind of protocol in information theoretic way?
We are targeting information theoretic, but we are also keeping in mind that if we can use some assumption based hash, because that would be more efficient.
So, is there any result like this thing in literature, or still it's open?
Not that I'm aware of. I don't know that if there exists any result here. At least it hasn't caught my eye. According to me, no.
Okay. Thank you, Jyotirmoy, for your nice talk. Uh, thank you. So, next speaker, Dr. Sravanan. Uh, the title of talk: Optimality of N-array block designs under heteros. I could not say. So please welcome Dr. Sravanan. Dr. Sravanan, are you here?
Hello, who is the next speaker? Sorry.
Our next speaker is Dr. Sravanan. Are you here? Even I cannot see in the participant list. Okay. Okay. So we can move to the next speaker. Can you move to the next speaker? Let's talk about chatbot, some interesting facts. Master Obipyo Dikari. So Obipyo, are you here?
Yes, I am here.
Oh, nice. Are you ready to deliver your presentation?
Yes.
Oh, nice. So please start.
Can everybody see it?
Still, yes. Now we can see your slides.
Good evening, everybody. The title of my talk is Chatbot Few Interesting Facts. My name is Savipriya Adhikari from class 5, Don Bosco School, Park Circle. I am going to discuss on the following questions. What are chatbots? How can a chatbot help us? Can chatbots replace human beings? Few advantages and disadvantages of chatbots. What is the first chatbot? Who created the first chatbot? Few examples of chatbot and the most interesting one, how to make your own chatbot. The first thing that comes in our mind is, what are chatbots? Chatbots are basically computer programs designed to simulate conversation with human users. For example, here is a chatbot, Emily, who writes, "Good morning, Kate. I am here to help with your account." So Kate has registered this chatbot in his mobile and writes, "How much money do I have now?" So Emily writes, "Kate, I understand that you want to check your account status. Could you now provide your customer ID?" Then Kate provides his customer ID and this chatbot Emily tells how much money is left in his account. How can a chatbot help us? Chatbots can assist with several common tasks and transactions. It helps internal employees, external customers, or suppliers with performing tasks and sourcing information such as price queries, stock lookups, order status, and more at any time from any platform. Can chatbots replace human beings? For now, chatbots won't replace humans, while certain functions could be replaced to provide a faster and more efficient interaction with customers. But until they develop empathy and human problem solving skills, they won't be able to replace us. Now let's see some advantages of chatbots. So the first advantage is improved customer service, increased customer engagement, monitoring consumer data and gaining insights, better lead generation and qualification, easier approach to global markets, cost savings, etc. Now there are few disadvantages of chatbots also. So the first disadvantage of chatbots are customers could become frustrated because many chatbots work from a limited database. Complex chatbots could cost more. Limited responses for customers. What is the first chatbot? The first chatbot which was created is Eliza. Who created the first chatbot? The first chatbot was created by MIT professor Joseph Weizenbaum in 1966. Now let's see some examples of chatbot. The first example is Eliza, Swelly, eBay, Life, Yes Sire, etc. Now the most interesting one, how to make your own chatbot. There are few simple steps to make your own chatbot. Identify the type of chatbot you are building. Select the channel, choose the Technologies tab, design the conversation, train the bot, test the chatbot, and deploy and maintain the bot. I have made a toy chatbot from C programming in code blocks. Can everybody see the screen?
Yes.
Can everybody see the screen?
Yes, we can see the screen.
Now if I write anything which does not falls under these questions, or if I have any spelling errors, then it will say I did not understand you. Such as if I write this, then it will say I did not understand you. To exit this, just I write exit and it will exit. Thank you. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Wow, very nice talk, Pio. Yeah. So,
Yes, yes, a very nice talk also. I didn't. Did you ask me something, Ayupiro? Or I heard your talk. It was fantastic, really. But you made your own chat box now.
Yes.
Great, great, really. I didn't know about it. Fantastic, really. Okay. You can ask me something, perhaps. You know, our grandchildren, they like you so much, and they like your talks and everything. But we thought they could be home from school, but they have not yet come from school. But they send their greetings, and we must communicate forthwith. Yes. If that COVID hadn't been, we would have been in Kolkata. But now we send our greetings this way. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
okay. Thank you. Thank you again, Ovipio. Thank you very much. So, okay. Next,
Does
move
anyone has any questions?
anyone have any questions?
Oh, okay. I have one question. So, can I use this chatbot in my mobile phone, or do I have to have some laptop or something like that?
If you write means if you write in code blocks, then you have to use a laptop, or otherwise if you write on any device which you can write in your mobile, then you can do it from your mobile also.
Oh, okay. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you for the information.
Welcome.
So, Ovipio, what about your chatbot? Can you use it in mobile phone or you just use it in your laptop?
I just use it in my laptop.
Okay. So, anyone have any other questions or query? Okay. Okay. Then thanks again to Viprio for your nice and energetic talk. So now we move to our next talk. Our next speaker is Mohammad Qutbuddin Shodder, and he will talk about partial secret image sharing for color images.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, yes, we can hear you.
I'm Gautam Shaddar. Please give me a little bit of time to set up the presentation.
Yes, no problem. Please take your time.
Mm, Is it visible to my presentation? Hello? Hello?
Yes, it is visible and we can hear you and we can see your presentation.
Okay.
Please, Kultu, please start.
I would like to thank MAST 2020 organizing committee to give me the opportunity to present my paper. Today my talk is on partial secret color image sharing. Today we are all living in the digital world. As the days go by, more data is being digitized and we are becoming more and more dependent on technology. Due to huge scientific advances in computer and internet related technologies, in today's scenario, we mostly transfer digital data through various open communication channels such as internet because it is very easy and cost effective to transmit images over internet or to store various digital data on computer or cloud storage. But internet is not secure 100%. That's why sometimes these are handed to the adversary or attacker to steal or destroy important images that are transmitted or stored digitally. So, data security is an important issue here. It is very essential to protect these important images from being stolen or destroyed by means of hackers in certain fields, especially in industrial or defense sector. In order to address these issues, researchers have tried to develop numerous protection techniques together with cryptography. Secret sharing is considered one of the most popular techniques to protect important images. Shamir first introduced this concept in 1979. They shared a secret among n many participants in such a way that the secret can be recovered correctly if any k or more participants pool their shares. On the other hand, no information regarding the secret can be revealed from fewer than any k shares. This scheme is called KN threshold secret sharing scheme, or in short, threshold scheme, KN threshold scheme. Now we'll discuss about secret image sharing scheme. What is secret image sharing scheme? When the secret sharing scheme is used in images, it is called secret image sharing scheme. There are two types of secret image sharing scheme: on visual cryptographic scheme, and in short VCS, and another polynomial based secret image sharing scheme, in short PSIS. We'll discuss about polynomial based secret image sharing schemes. We have already talked about Shamir polynomial based secret sharing schemes. 2 points are needed to determine a linear polynomial uniquely, and there are 3 points are needed. 3 points are needed to determine a quadratic polynomial uniquely. In this way, through k points, a k minus 1 degree polynomial can be determined uniquely. Using this concept, Shami shared a secret among n participants with threshold value k. Here, in kn scheme, a secret is embedded, and to embed this secret, they defined a polynomial of degree k minus 1, where the first coefficient is chosen as the secret, and the other all the coefficients are chosen randomly from the field Fp, where P is a prime. Select n distinct points or given n distinct points, non-zero distinct points x1, x2, and xn. The ith participant is given the chair xi fxi. On the reconstruction phase, if k points are supplied along with xi, then the polynomial fx is reconstructed by using Lagrange interpolation polynomial. Fen and Lim use this concept in images. Instead of using the first coefficient, they used all the coefficients to embed k secret pixels. As a result, the share size reduced to 1 by k times. There are few advantages of polynomial-based secret sharing schemes over visual cryptographic schemes is that in case of polynomial secret sharing schemes, the shadow size can be reduced, and moreover, completely lossless recovery is possible with a small shadow size, and a polynomial secret sharing could be appropriate for pretty much every kind of images, such as binary image, grayscale image, and color images also. We'll discuss about partial secret image sharing schemes for color images. To construct partial secret image sharing schemes, we have used TKN secret image sharing scheme. TKN secret image sharing scheme is nothing but the KN scheme where T participants will be always present in every successful reconstruction. In the literature of secret image sharing scheme, the conventional KN threshold secret image sharing schemes have a common feature that each of the participants is assumed to have the same priority. That is, all the shadows have the indistinguishable significance. However, there are some specific privileges in our real life wherein different participants need to be given different importance because of their status or importance. In such scenarios, polynomial partial secret card image sharing schemes are more suitable. In this article, we proposed TK and partial color secret image sharing schemes in which the special part of the secret image has been given to the T participant whereas the other part has been given to all the N participants. The complete secret image including the secret target part and the other part will be retrieved losslessly by collecting any k or more shadows together with t shadows. Since our scheme is based on color images, we will first discuss about color image. Color image nothing but a component of color image consists of three components uh, called RGB. We can consider this component as a element of Z256 cube, and later we convert this uh, tuple as the element of Z2 to the power 24, and the whole encryption process done over field order 2 to the power 24. Here is the overview of our scheme. Our TKN scheme consists of two parts. One first part is consist of the KKN scheme, and the second part is consist of K minus T, N minus T schemes, where T greater than is equal to 1 and strictly less than K, and K is less than is equal to N. Here is the shared generation part of our scheme. First, employ KKE schemes on the secret images to obtain k intermediate shadows Tr using the polynomial of degree k minus 1, where B0, B1, B2, and Bk minus 1 are the coefficients of the polynomial, and the last the first k coefficients are chosen from the 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 coefficients except the last coefficients are chosen as the pixel of the image, and the last coefficient chosen from the field randomly. Here, T Trij is equal to F alpha R. Alpha are the elements of the field, which is the identity of the participant. Next, after generating the temporary intermediate shadows Tr, k intermediate shadows Tr, we apply k minus t, n minus t secret image shining schemes on the k minus t intermediate shadows t, t plus 1, t plus 2, and tk using another polynomial of degree k minus t minus 1, where c0, c1, ck minus 2 are comes from the intermediate shadows, pixel of the intermediate shadows. Using this gx polynomial, we generate n minus t non-essential shadows x t minus t s t minus t s s t plus 1, s t plus 2, and sn, where s r I j is equal to z alpha r. Next, rename the first t intermediate shadows as tr as sr. Then the share are generated, all the shares are generated, and the ith participant is given the share, ith participant pi is given the share si. On the recovery phase, from the k collected shadows, use k minus t non-essential shadows st plus 1, st plus 2, and so on st plus k to obtain k minus t intermediate shadows t plus 1, t plus 2, and so on t plus k using t k using Lagrange interpolation. Next, set ti is equal to si for first t shadows and obtain k intermediate shadows ti. From these k intermediate shadows, the shadows recover the secret image using Lagrange interpolation. Here is an implementation of our scheme. We have used CS program to generate the shadows. Here is the secret image, and the number plate is the special part of the secret image. We will share the number plate to a specific participants. Here is the four shadows shares are generated, and the first share is given the special part of the image, that is the number plate. The number plate is given to the first participant. In the reconstruction phase, if the participant 1, 2, 3 comes together and stack their shares, then they will recover the secret with the number plate. On the other hand, uh, if the participant 2, 3, 4 stack their share, they will get the secret except the number plate, because the number plate is given only only to the participant 1. That's why they can't see the number plate. and here is the references. Thank you.
Thank you, Kutu, for your nice talk. So I have one question that what is your adversarial model?
Sorry.
What is your adversarial model?
That is my model is TKN access structure.
So do you consider any malicious participant or no?
Honest, all the participants are honest.
All are honest. There is no semi-honest.
No.
All are honest. There is no semi-honest, no malicious. So that's mean there is no adversary at all.
All the participants assumed honest.
No, so like if only one participant one has his share, so he cannot see this number plate, right?
Yes.
Okay, so it's actually semi-honest model, like in other secret sharing scheme also.
Yeah.
So no forbidden set of parties can see this number plate, even if they collect their shares and try to reconstruct.
So,
okay.
So anyone have any other questions? Okay. So if there is no other question, so thank you, Kutub, for your nice talk. Thank you very much. So last talk of this session, I want to welcome Dr. Sabyasachi Datta. He will talk about leakage resilience secret sharing. So please, Dr. Datta.
Okay. Can you see the slides?
Yes. We can hear you and we can see the slide.
Okay.
Can we interrupt you in between talk?
Yes, of course.
Okay,
But
thank you.
we are running out of time.
We are running out of time,
so like I have at most 6 minutes because the next.
But no problem. You can take me a few more minutes. No problem.
Right.
Yeah. So we got please start.
Okay, so I will just browse to the main model. What I mean by this leakage resilient secret sharing. Okay, so and just give the end results. Okay, so thank you, Dr. Roy, for introducing me. So this talk titled leakage resilient secret sharing. So we know Shami's secret sharing, and we have already heard about what a secret sharing scheme means. So I will just skip this. So okay. So the main two properties for any secret sharing scheme is the first one is the correctness property, that any T shares must recover the secret S. However, the secrecy property should guarantee that any T minus 1 shares or less must not reveal any information about the secret S. So that's the basic properties to be satisfied for any T out of N threshold secret sharing scheme. So, okay. So what do we mean by the secrecy property? So essentially it says that even if the adversary has any T minus 1 shares under its control and it can see T minus 1 many shares, still it is unable to guess what is the underlying secret. So if it wants to guess whether the secret is 0 or 1 or P minus 1, all happen with equal probability. So I'm considering a finite field Z modulo P to implement the secret sharing scheme. So there are these P many values, 0 up to P minus 1 for as possible secrets. However, the adversary who has any T minus 1 many shares cannot actually guess what the underlying secret is. All values are actually equally probable as secret. So he does not have any information about the secret value. Okay, that's fine. So why why study threshold secret sharing? So there are numerous applications. So first one is in the field of secure multi-party computation, and which is a very active area of research till date. And for building threshold cryptographic primitives, threshold secret sharing is an essential tool to apply. And most importantly, security of these applications crucially depend on the secrecy property of the secret sharing scheme, of the underlying secret sharing scheme. So what is the secrecy property? Let me repeat it again, that even if the adversary has T minus 1 many shares, it does not have any information about the secret value. Now, so let us consider this extreme case. So when we are trying to implement an n out of n secret sharing scheme. So the secrecy, so the correctness property is that guarantees that if n many shares are taken together and then the reconstructor is trying to reconstruct the secret, then he is able to do that. However, n minus 1 shares, even if n minus 1 many shares are observed by an adversary, it does not give any information about the secret value. So this is a very strong guarantee. And now the other extreme is if all the shares are obtained by adversary, then there is no secrecy property, but because he can reconstruct the the adversary can run the reconstruction protocol and then actually can recover the secret value. So there is no secrecy property. So the interesting point and interesting issue is that what if an adversary learns some partial information about all shares? So let us try to model this leakage. So suppose there are these n shares which are stored in many servers, and there is an adversary which leaks from these servers. So how to model this leakage? So we can actually model this leakage by letting the adversary query each server by a leakage function f1 and gets back the value of value fi shi evaluated on the ith share. So at the end of this, the adversary obtains some functional values on the stored shares, and these functions are adversarially chosen, but they have to be the output of the length of the leakage should be small. We cannot really allow the adversary to obtain the entire share, because then there will be no secrecy. So this local leakage model is reasonable. So this is called local leakage because adversary independently chooses each server and then independently chooses the local leakage functions independent of each other and then leaks from each server locally. So okay, so so the first question comes to mind that if we have the Shamir scheme, which is the most popular secret sharing scheme, so is it really leakage resilient? So let us consider this particular example when the Shamir secret sharing scheme is implemented over a finite field of characteristic 2. So the secret is S, and there are these n many shares, sh1 up to shn, and what the adversary does, it leaks the least significant. Okay, so first let us try to understand how the secret is reconstructed. Okay, so the secret is reconstructed using the Lagrange interpolation formula. So a linear combination of these shares would retrieve the secret value. Okay, so now if we allow the adversary to leak only one bit from every share, then it can choose the least significant bit of every share and gets the leakage from every share. And now what happens is that it can actually reconstruct the least significant bit of the secret S, because the least significant bit will be the same linear combination of these least significant bits. So the secrecy property of the secret sharing scheme is gone. So the Shamir scheme is not leakage resilient. Just one bit leakage from every share destroys the secrecy property of the Shamir secret sharing. So there are roughly three types of modeling of the leakage. So the first one that I was talking about is the local and independent leakage. And this leakage actually comes from a very interesting result by Guruswamy and Wooters, which actually showed that even if the adversary gets one bit of leakage from every server, it can reconstruct the entire secret. So that is a fascinating result, and based on that, this local independent leakage model has been developed. So, and then there is this joint leakage model. So it is a work from Crypto 2019 by Srinivasan and Vasudevan. And then there is this adaptive leakage model by Kumar, Meka, and Sahai in Fox 2019. So these two are stronger models of leakage. So let me skip this part. Okay, so the adversarial, so the secrecy property of leakage resilient secret sharing scheme is defined in the following manner. It's a game-based security definition. We have a game-based security definition here. The adversary produces two messages, M0 and M1, to the challenger, and also specifies the leakage function from every share. And the challenger actually randomly chooses one of the messages and secret shares it and gives the leakages from every share to the adversary. Now the adversary has to guess from this leakage value whether the challenger has chosen M0 as the secret or M1 as the secret. And what we have here in a leakage resilient secret sharing scheme, that the secret is actually statistically hidden. That means the view of adversary when M0 is the secret, when M0 was secret shared by the challenger, is statistically very close to the view of the adversary when M1 is chosen to be the secret value. So let us skip these models. Okay, so that was in the local leakage model, and in this paper by Kumar, Meka, and Sahai in Fox 2019. So they have modeled an adaptive leakage, how an adversary can adaptively leak from every share, and even after that, their aim, the author's aim, was to build a secret sharing scheme so that it can provide the secrecy guarantee. So here the adaptive leakage is actually modeled by kind of a multi-party communication protocol, such that the adversary runs it in several rounds and then learns the transcript. However, the adversary is of course bounded to have only a few number of bits as leakage, otherwise there is no secrecy guarantee. So I will just tell you one particular example of this. Okay, so this is called bounded collusion protocol, and through these bounded collusion protocols, the leakage function, the leakage from the shares were defined in the paper of Kumar, Meka, and Sahai. So there are n many secret values, n many shares, and there are several rounds. An adversary in every round, adversary chooses p many parties to collude and write a bit on the public board. So this bit is an output of a function, and that function is to be specified by the adversary. So for example, suppose in round 1, adversary chooses the first two shares, share 1 and share 2, and it specifies F1. So from these two shares in round 1, this B1 is output and it is written on the blackboard. Similarly, in the second round, the adversary may choose second and third shares and then specify a leakage function F2, and in the output of round 2 is a bit B2 at the end of the round. So this round is continued up to mu many rounds, so that the adversary now has mu bits of leakage from all the shares, but these leakages are adaptive, joint, and they can be overlapping. So this is a very, very strong leakage model. So, okay, let me do this. So yeah, so what Kumar, Meka and Sahai produced is that even if the adversary has this kind of leakage from the shares, still they have provided a construction such that the secret is statistically hidden even after this p-party bounded collusion protocol has produced this transcript of mu many bits, b1, b2 up to b mu. So the main technique of their construction is that they consider a hard function whose communication complexity in this particular blackboard kind of model is quite high, so that they can actually encode the secret value with this function and then secret share that encoded value to the parties. So roughly this is the scheme, and that is the idea of how they resist the leakage. Okay, so I will just say that in our work, actually, we have extended these classes of leakage functions for general access structures, and we have used some combinatorial techniques like the techniques of a cumulative array and some secret sharing, typical most complicated type of I must say secret sharing techniques to share the secret value to prevent this prevent the adversary to get any information about the secret, even if it had sufficient leakage information from all the secrets. So, okay, I'm a little late and sorry. So, okay, thank you for listening to this. And I also did not look into them. Yeah, model I did not look into. Yeah.
So thank you very much. So anyone have any other questions?
Yeah, just a small query. If so in secret image sharing schemes, most of the schemes they use basically they use the n-1 or k-1 coefficient altogether, right, to share one secret. So of course that's not a perfectly secure or information theoretic secure schemes, because there you have to protect one bit, you are basically losing the freedom. So the question is, have you ever checked whether semi-secret sharing scheme, if somebody uses that technique, will the one bit leakage will be helpful in that attack also? If that's so, then we can have lots of attacks on image encryption schemes, where they usually use, say for k schemes, they sometimes use k-1 coefficients altogether to share k-1 pixels altogether.
Right. So it's kind of ramped secret sharing scheme.
Yes, ramped secret sharing. So in that case, whether one bit, so one bit from from where it's from which pixel, from 1 bit, or to say is that here in Shami secret sharing scheme you basically use the constant term as a secret, but in image secret sharing scheme the authors they usually use all the k-1 coefficients to encrypt k-1 pixels simultaneously.
Right.
Okay, so there the secrets are basically the k-1 secrets altogether, not a single secret. So in that scenario, what could be the attack model and how it can be resolved? So okay, so that could be a
Let's see.
good, interesting problem.
That's a good
Maybe.
question, actually. Yes, that's a very nice question. We may look into the matter. Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So thank you all the speakers of this session for your interesting and stimulating contribution. So now I want to hand over the session to Professor Odhikari. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Partho, for chairing this session, and we had excellent talks. Sometimes we had some technical problems, but yeah, all the speakers except one, I found one something couldn't join us, maybe due to some reason, maybe. Okay, but all the talks were quite interesting, and we thank all the speakers as well as Partho. Dr. Partho Sharati Roy from Wollongong University, Australia. Thank you very much for joining us and hope to see you again. And then I think we are a little bit running out of time. We are actually running 14 minutes behind the normal schedule. So without wasting further delay, may I now request Dr. Shobbosati Dotto from Calgary University, Canada to chair this session. So he will have two speakers. Kirill just mailed me that he is going to join maybe after some time. He not yet there, but he will be joining soon. So I think Kirill not yet joined, but he will be joining soon with us. So please, Shobhushati, it's yours.
Thank you, Professor Odhikari. So in this session, we have two talks. So first one is by Professor Miodrag Mialovic. He's from, so I guess he is here present. So he's...
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
I think Misha is joined with two devices.
Hopefully you can hear me now.
Yeah,
it's a lot
it is perfect now. Yeah.
Okay. So thank you for joining us, Professor Mialovic. So let me just give a short introduction to Professor. He belongs to Serbian Academy of Sciences and Arts in Belgrade. He received his BS degree from University of Belgrade and his PhD degree also. So he is an elected member of Academia Europaea, and he has held several visiting positions with notable institutions like University of Tokyo, Sony Laboratories, and his research area, he's mainly focused on cryptology, information security, and blockchain technology. So without further ado, I would request Professor to kindly enrich us with his talk on blockchain consensus protocol with flexible requirement of the resources. Thank you, Professor. Please.
I'm waiting. Still, I cannot share. Something is very likely slow.
Okay.
So, Professor Miodrag, are you using the Edge, Microsoft Edge today?
Okay, wait a minute. I think I have started sharing. Can you see my presentation?
Yes. Yeah, we can see you. Yeah. Not the presentation, but your screen. Yes, your screen. Yeah. Now it's okay. So we can see your desktop. Yes, your presentation now.
Yes. Now we can
see. Okay, can you see full screen of my presentation?
Yes.
Yes, Professor.
Yes.
We can see
that. Hopefully I can start.
Yes, Professor. Please start. Please.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
So This talk is, as you can see from the title, dedicated to certain aspects of blockchain technology. And as you can see, I'm from Serbian Academy of Sciences and Arts, and so best regards from Belgrade to the all participants of the conference. Here is just a rough roadmap of the talk. Actually, it will consist of two parts. The first one is somehow introductory part and presentation of, let us say, a new consensus protocol for blockchain technology. And the second part will briefly address some of possible applications of the proposed protocol. I will return back on the first slide just to again point out the key word. So we are talking in technical sense about a blockchain consensus protocol which flexible requirements of the resources. And hopefully during the talk you will see what does it mean and how does it work. Okay, just for those who have more interest regarding this topic, I have listed here a number of references which could be used as an introduction to blockchain technology. For example, references 1 to 3. And actually, technical details pointed out in this talk have been published in reference number 4. And references 5 to 7 could be interesting for people who would like to learn more about underlying cryptographic components for the blockchain consensus protocol reported in reference 4. So somehow this talk is basically covered with some published paper. Of course, it contains some additional elements, but hopefully those who have more interest for this talk will find in this reference some information relevant for further on actions. Okay, let's begin. So first about, as in part of the introduction, first about blockchain technology. All of us are aware that blockchain technology is somehow not only hot topic, but a topic with a lot of potential. Although elements of blockchain technology have been known for over the decade, blockchain technology has entered into focus of a lot of interest after its first strong application, and it was Bitcoin. At the very beginning, some people were confused regarding Bitcoin and blockchain technology, considering that blockchain technology is part of Bitcoin. No, it is opposite, somehow opposite. Bitcoin is just an application of blockchain technology, but very important application which has pointed out power of blockchain technology. And here are address some of the main characteristics of blockchain technology. We are talking about something which is decentralized, technology which is based on decentralized complex technology which provide us strong evidence that something have been checked and that something is immutable. Actually, once something has been input into a certain public space, let us say, that means what is in that space have been checked. It is transparent and verifiable. Blockchain technology is based on cryptographic components, and also very important issue of blockchain technology is that you, based on blockchain technology, could provide verification of certain facts without third trusted party. That is very interesting issue, and somehow provide us with a lot of opportunities for designing a system in which we can trust, because no just a single point of failure, no third trusted party in which we should believe. Instead, we have distributed trust, and basically that distributed trust provide us with strong evidence that something is correct or incorrect. I have already mentioned the issues like third trusted party consensus, and now I would like to add the third keyword. It is overhead. So a main feature of the blockchain technology is that it employs verification without third trusted party. We can consider that we have a huge database in which we continuously enter new information, and before certain information have appeared in the database, it has to pass verification process, and that verification process should be without third trusted party. So, very important issue: how we can trust that something is correct if we do not employ third trusted party. And verification without third trusted party is based on the so-called blockchain consensus protocol. So what has been done into blockchain technology? Third trusted party has been removed. Instead of the third trusted party, we have introduced blockchain consensus protocol, but as we know, no free lunch, so we should pay the price. The price is overhead. Simply, elimination of the third trusted party must be paid by an overhead. And then we are facing another challenge, and it is reduction of the overhead, as usually if we should pay for something, we would like to reduce the price. Here is one model of blockchain, let us say infrastructure or platform. In blockchain platform, one of the main issues is the usually, of course, in public setting, public database, which is called ledger. So on one hand side, we have ledger, which is public in public blockchain systems, and it is the main part of the blockchain. Actually, it contains information which is relevant for the system which is developed based on blockchain platform. So ledger is that database in which we input new data, and before inputting something into ledger, we should verify the data which are the new ones. So on one hand side, you have ledger, and on the other side, you have a number of components which should support ledger. And after all, we could consider a blockchain as a structure, particularly for this talk, from the point of view of consensus protocol as given in the slide you are now watching. So in order to have correct data in ledger, we need consensus protocol. And the consensus protocol is designed in a special way, particularly in blockchain systems, so that after all, we end up with the correct information in the ledger. And of course, ledger is not a database. It contains useful information of something from real world usually, or somehow with images in real world. So ledger provide us with something which support real life, let us say, activities. Now I will return back to the consensus protocol. So consensus protocol should provide that information stored in ledger is always correct. And even after each expansion of the ledger, the expansion should be correct, and the entire contents of the ledger should be correct and immutable. So nobody can change later on what is in the ledger. How we are providing this? Both correctness of the ledger and immutability you can provide employing cryptographic techniques. Now I will not talk about immutability, I will talk about consensus protocol, but it is somehow closely related. So in the public blockchain systems, which are systems where everybody could be a party which participate into maintain of the system. Actually, everybody could claim, okay, I would like to be an entity which somehow contributes to the correctness of the information in the ledger. But before I return back how it is possible, just to mention that ledger usually consists of blocks. And because these blocks are connected in the way which is immutable, you can consider this chain of blocks as it is called blockchain. So we could consider ledger, which is somehow could be considered as digital book, and also we could consider it as a blockchain. So how to provide that each block in the blockchain is correct? I have already mentioned, for that we need consensus protocol, and consensus protocol in public blockchain systems, where, as I have already mentioned, everybody could participate in, let us say, maintenance of the ledger. In public blockchain systems, consensus protocol is based on the so-called puzzle of the consensus protocol, and of course there are crypto components of the puzzle. We will see how it works later on. So this is another view of blockchain system. Actually, you can see that blockchain system could be considered as a network of nodes, and there are two main kinds of nodes. One are user nodes, nodes where just use blockchain for some useful activity, and the other nodes are so-called operating nodes, but at the same moment, one node could be user node and operating node. Operating nodes provides that all information which are in the ledger have been verified. And as I have mentioned, there are two main paradigms regarding blockchain. One is so-called public blockchain, where operating nodes, at least operating nodes, should be any node, any entity. Actually, you do not need permission to be an operating node. On the other hand, in private or consortium blockchains, operating nodes, at least operating node, must have some permission in order to deal with the system. And now a few words more about consensus protocol, which is, as I have already mentioned, the key issue which provides that information stored in the ledger is correct. There are many consensus protocols proposed at this moment, and these protocols should be at the same time secure and efficient. There are two very prominent consensus protocols in public blockchain systems. One is based on energy spending, and the other is based on memory spending. The first one, based on energy spending, is called proof of work, consensus protocol called proof of work, and the other one is called consensus protocol based on proof of memory. So, proof of work is somehow maybe the most widespread consensus protocol, and it is used in many platforms for blockchain. And proof of work have been employed in Bitcoin and later on in many other platforms like Ethereum and so on. And proof of memory is not so widespread, but also an interesting approach which is used in a number of systems. What is the problem? The problem is proof of work requires spending of huge energy, and in some cases it is not suitable. What about proof of memory? Also could be very expensive to employ huge memories, and sometimes we would like to we would like to see something which is at the same time appropriate for the particular application and flexible regarding the required spending of resources of the parties which are operating nodes and which somehow maintain the entire platform. So now we are going to talk a little bit about blockchain consensus protocol with a flexible requirement of the resources. As I have already mentioned, proof of work, which is one of the most widespread consensus protocols for blockchain platforms, is based on a puzzle which should be solved employing energy only. The underlying problem has such nature that deployment of memory basically does not help. On the other hand, if we consider blockchain consensus protocol based on proof of memory, we can see that this consensus protocol is built over a problem which could be efficiently solved, and solved, this is important, within given time slot, only if we employ enough large memory. And in this approach, particular attention is paid in order to avoid possibility to use time memory trade-off, actually somehow to employ some energy in order to reduce the space. So in the both cases, a player who participates in the blockchain system, which is running blockchain system, operating blockchain system, which is usually called a miner, has no option. The miner should decide whether joining a pool where proof of memory, for example, is ongoing, or proof of work is the underlying consensus protocol. Combination is not allowed. So So we believe that in a number of scenarios, a miner should have opportunity to design the mining budget based on a combination of different resources, and in particular as a combination of energy and space in order to deal with solving the consensus puzzle. The flexibility in selection of the resources to be spent is also important in the context how to stimulate parties to participate into operating public blockchain platform. And this is particularly important when we should deal with just small compensation for participating into operating the system. So what was motivation for our work? We believe that in a number of scenarios, a miner should have opportunity to design the mining budget based on a combination of different resources, and in particular as a combination of energy and space in order to deal with solving the consensus puzzle. The flexibility in selection of the resources to be spent is also important, as I have already mentioned, when we do not have a huge budget to somehow involve into operating the network. Now it is very important to know that basically proof of work and proof of memory are built on the same paradigms as cryptanalysis of an encryption employing the exhaustive search or codebook table respectively. Recall that exhaustive search-based cryptanalysis assumes that search for a solution is based on testing all possible candidates for the key, for example, and the codebook is cryptanalysis based on the assumption that we have already constructed a certain table with the pairs, key, and ciphertext, which provide us for inversion in a lookup table manner. And now we are approaching the main issue employed in our proposal. Time memory trade-off and time memory data trade-off can be introduced to provide trade-offs of the resources required for cryptanalysis. Consequently, our motivation was to build a consensus protocol in blockchain public system, which somehow use this paradigm already employed in cryptanalysis of certain encryption schemes. So the consensus protocol, which will be described in this session, follows the same framework as the traditional consensus protocols for public blockchain based on proof of work and employed in Bitcoin. So the entire protocol has the same, let us say, structure. But what is different? The difference is the underlying puzzle, which is employed in the consensus protocol, and of course, because of that underlying method of solving the puzzle. And as a side effect, we need somehow to modify the challenge regarding the puzzle. So each execution of the protocol consists of the following three main steps. First, construction of a block of transactions, then solving a puzzle, and finally inclusion of the considered block into a blockchain, assuming that we are somehow the first entity which have been solved the puzzle, same as in Bitcoin, for example. I'm now again stressing what are the main differences of the blockchain protocol to be soon considered in more details in comparison with previously reported ones. The first one, the puzzle which has to be solved is different. The second difference is construction of the challenge for the puzzle, and finally, technique for solving the puzzle is different. The puzzle itself, which we are employing, is an inversion problem for the given challenge. The challenge is considered as a prefix or suffix of the ciphertext generated by certain encryption algorithm, assuming that the message consists of all ones. The problem is to find the key which provides mapping of the message, which is all ones message, into ciphertext with the considered prefix or suffix. And note that in this setting, inversion problem could have a lot of solutions because we are talking about just prefix or suffix. So the space is smaller, and so there are many mappings from a big space into the smaller one. And here is the main paradigm of the puzzle already described. So we have all ones plain text, we have given encryption scheme, we do not know which secret key has been employed, but ciphertext segment is given to us, so it is a challenge, and our goal is to recover secret key based on the challenge and knowledge that the plain text consists of all ones. As I have mentioned, the first step is construction of the challenge for the puzzle, which should be solved, and challenge is specified as following. First, we should find the nonce, which after adding to the binary representation of the block provides a block is a block of transactions, for example, if we consider blockchain Bitcoin system. And this, when we add the nonce, the binary representation of the block should provide that hash value of the block with the nonce begins with a certain number of zeros. And then we take some number of bits from the hash result, and that is a challenge for our puzzle. So, as in a usual blockchain system, we have block of transactions. We add the nonce, then we employ hash function, obtain hash result, perform decimation of hash result, and based on decimation, we obtain a challenge for our puzzle. Actually, it is a challenge which should be inverted. Now about the method of solving the puzzle. As the method for solving the puzzle, we propose employment of dedicated time memory or time memory data trade-off approach. This approach, as I have mentioned, belongs to a family of cryptanalytic approach, which are generic ones for cryptanalysis of certain encryption schemes. And how does it work? We have challenge. We have we can use processor time, we can use certain memory table, and our goal is to perform inversion of the challenge. And how the inversion framework works? The inversion is based on joint employment of a memory and restricted exhaustive search. And time memory or time memory data trade-off based inversion consists of two phases. The first one is preparation phase, and the second one is processing phase. During the preparation phase, we should design certain memory, certain table. And this should be done just once. Then use this table in an appropriate way later on to perform any inversion combining what is in the table and certain exhaustive search. And the table which we should design is actually two-column tables consisting of the first and last column, but we first virtually consists entire matrix, and then we can consider that the middle part of the matrix is deleted, and then we are keeping just first and last column of the matrix. And this can be used in a traditional time memory trade-off approach for inversion of generic, let us say, one-way function. Here are more details about algorithm which are employing. So when we have when we consider certain block which is under consideration to be an extension of the ledger, new block introduced into the ledger, we actually first should construct the inversion challenge related to this block under construction. Then we need to search for solution of the puzzle, actually inversion, performing the inversion of the challenge. And if we find the solution, then we go on with the procedure for involvement of block into the ledger. And here are more technical details how algorithm works for solving the puzzle. And actually, it has been partially already explained, but here is just a diagram. How does it work in the algorithmic way? So what we have finally done, we have employed the Ethereum blockchain platform, and we have modified Ethereum blockchain platform. What is the employed modification? Instead of proof of work, which is a traditional Ethereum platform consensus protocol, we have introduced the consensus protocol I have just explained. So we have developed a modified Ethereum protocol and Ethereum platform, and then that modified Ethereum platform is based on the consensus protocol I have just described, which employs time memory trade-off for solving a puzzle. And then we have employed this Ethereum platform for certain applications. Developed service for the integrity control of data in, for example, rented storage scenario. And here is traditional way how you can do it. In this traditional way, actually, you do not need blockchain, but you need a number of controllers. Instead of these controllers, which are third trusted party, actually, we have developed a system which replace third trusted party with a blockchain Ethereum platform, which provide us with the opportunity to employ smart contracts, as well as not to run proof of work as the blockchain consensus protocol, but to run the other one, which provide party which operate the system with possibility to select budget which should be employed. That means to decide how much energy is suitable for budget of considered party, and what are preferences regarding the memory of that party. Of course, here are some elements of the developed software demo, but this is just an illustration. And now we are moving to the second application, and I think this is a very interesting application. This is a And what is interesting, in this approach, not only a public blockchain is employed, but a hybrid system which involves permissioned blockchain system like Hyperledger Fabric and a public blockchain system. In this case, we were employing our modified Ethereum platform. So what is important in this architecture? We assume that some, let us say, medical institution collects different medical data, and developing these huge databases of real data, medical institution would like to earn some money by selling the data to, for example, pharmaceutical company. And what are the problems? One problem is the data should not be open, otherwise nobody will pay for the data. The second, more important maybe issue is privacy of the patients which were providers of the data. And because of that, first all data should be collected into a private blockchain system or consortium blockchain system, which is not publicly available. So it is database which is not publicly available. But of course, for example, pharmaceutical company could somehow require proof that, so the company requires proof that data in your database are not fabricated data, but collected during certain period. How we can ensure this? Now we need to combine public and private blockchain systems. And how it can be done? We could, for example, put into the public blockchain system image of the parts of the private blockchain system, so that everybody could correct later on whether that image really corresponds to the data which are in the database. So we have developed a system where we could provide verification about data which are in private database, but because image of this data, which does not leak any information about data, are in public domain. So later on, if somebody purchased data from private database via a public blockchain system, it could be verified that the data corresponds to certain image which have been which has been publicly verified. This is more technical details about the architecture. Again, additional story how you can combine and develop a hybrid of permissioned and permissionless blockchain systems. In this case, Hyperledger Fabric and modified Ethereum system. Also, some details about the developed software. And now we are moving to the third application, and this will be final part of the talk. Actually, we can develop a system where we employ modified Ethereum platform for electrical energy trading and supply. So what is the problem we are addressing? We consider that there are many providers of energy which provide in different time slots electrical energy based on different price. So of course everybody would like to purchase the energy of the lowest price, and particularly it could be important in the future where you should employ energy for your batteries into your electric car. So for example, on your mobile phone, you control the price of energy, which could vary every minute or every 10 seconds, and then you decide to purchase energy in certain time slots based on the lowest rate. And of course, you cannot do it by yourself. It will be too exhaustive for you, but you can authorize, for example, your mobile telephone to, based on your preferences, make short-term contracts regarding purchasing of energy. So, if you have some short-term contracts, which are just few minutes, or let us say 1 hour, and should be signed and later on employed for charging the batteries. So you need you cannot sign a contract every minute or let us say a few minutes. So you should employ smart contracts. And again, you can employ Ethereum platform, and in this case, you can employ Ethereum platform with a modified consensus protocol. And how this modified Ethereum platform incorporate the consensus protocol we were talking about is shown in this slide. I'm not sure, maybe I have already run over my time slot. Anyway, here is just some software demo information, and thank you for your attention. And of course, questions are very welcome.
Thank you, Professor Merovic. So, is there any question from the audience?
Okay, may I have a question? A quick question?
Yes, please go ahead, Professor Morrison.
Yeah, okay. Hello, Misha-san. So this is
Yes,
Kirill.
please.
I have a question. So you need to estimate the complexity of your computational puzzle. So how do you know?
Sorry, Kirill, I cannot hear you. Can you repeat the question, please?
Okay, yes. You need to estimate complexity of the puzzle, of the computational puzzle related to time memory trade-off, right?
Correct.
Yes. So the question is, how do you know that this attack is the best? Because from time to time, new attacks appear and so on. So how can you be sure that that's the best algorithm for that problem?
Okay. So I have already mentioned that this approach have been published as a paper, and please, if you have more interest for the issue you have addressed, please go to reference, I think it is number 4, paper published in IEEE Access last August. So you will see how this issue has been resolved. Of course, you should start for certain assumption. The assumption is that the best approach for cryptanalysis is the generic one. That means time memory trade-off. Okay, and in order to be sure that that approach is the best one, you should somehow employ encryption scheme which are provably secure. And in order to see how you can design these provably secure schemes in a given attacking scenario, please go to the references, I think 6 to 8, last 3 references. And in these papers, it is shown how you can employ some designs which provide you with the estimation of the complexity of the problem. So you can show that the complexity of the problem is larger than something. And then when you know something like this, then you know also that in the worst case scenario, the best which can be achieved within this minimum complexity is something based on time memory trade-off, because it is generic approach.
Okay, understood. Thanks.
Are you fine with the answer, or you need more technical details?
No, that's clear. Thanks. I'll check the paper later.
Yes, please check. So you can see these the first paper tell you about more technical details regarding security of the scheme I have described, and the other three papers tell you about encryption scheme which can be employed in the considered consensus protocol.
Okay, understood. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Okay. So, is there any further questions from the audience? So, if not, let me thank Professor Miotrich for his wonderful talk, and it was really insightful. Thank you, Professor Miotrich.
Thank you very much for organizing the conference.
It's a pleasure to have speakers like you. Thank you very much for joining. So let us now move on to the next talk, which is to be given by Professor Kirill Morozov. So he is an associate professor at the Department of Computer Science at the University of North Texas at Denton. So he has received his PhD degree from Aarhus University, and his research interest lies in mostly in information theoretic cryptography and code-based cryptography uh, to ensure post-quantum secure communication.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Hello. Thank you. First of all, yes, I'd like to thank the organizers for their invitation. It's a both privilege and a pleasure for me to give a talk at this conference. Can you hear me well?
Yes, Professor Morozov, we can hear you.
Thank you. Good. Yeah. So do you see my slides as well?
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay, thanks. Yeah. So I'll go ahead. What I would like to do, I'd like to give a survey of recent results in secret sharing. So I would like to touch on some subjects in cheater identification, robustness, and that probably be it for today. I feel that time-wise I'm a little bit over time, so I'll try to wrap up a little bit shorter than 40 minutes. So, and what I'll try to do, I will try to be, so I realize that many participants in the audience may not be experts in secret sharing, so I'll try to give a high-level presentation at the beginning, and then I will just go into some technicalities towards the end. And I have some extra slides so that if you have specific questions, I may go into more details. Okay, so I'll just use this opportunity also to first briefly introduce University of North Texas and very quickly touch on our cybersecurity program. Then I will be talking about secret sharing and its applications. I will be discussing a specific type of secret sharing, which is cheater identifiable and robust secret sharing. I'll talk about some standard approaches to this problem, and then also what we did about it. I'll talk about recent results, and then I will also mention what open problems are there. Right, so about University of North Texas, that's where I am since 2017. It's pretty old university. It has been for a while now in Tier 1 research university by Carnegie classification, pretty big, 40,000 students enrolled, and it's a part of the so-called Golden Triangle. It's a part of Dallas-Fort Worth area, well connected with DFW International Airport. We have a Center of Information and Cybersecurity in our Department of Computer Science and Engineering. We have 4 faculty members at Network Security Lab, and we touch in our research on topics ranging from blockchain applications to health monitoring. So we also do research which is supported by NSF and the NSA. In particular, we have a National Center for Academic Excellence approved by NSA and DHS. This year, we also start offering master and bachelor program in cybersecurity. All right, so I will switch to secret sharing and applications of secret sharing. Secret sharing is a cryptographic protocol where a user called a dealer can distribute secret data among several participants. I suppose that you heard already today several presentations about secret sharing. I will try to jump quickly, assuming that you heard this topic already several times, but if you would like me to stop and answer some questions, please don't hesitate to interrupt me at any point. So the secret is split into several participants, and those pieces are called shares of the secret. There could be more participants in general, and the scheme defines the so-called forbidden sets such that shares belonging to those sets provide no information about the secret, while the so-called access set allow for efficient reconstruction. One example which you probably saw today is a classical example presented by Adi Shamir in 1979. This is the so-called threshold secret sharing. The access set would be all sets of parties with k parties or larger. And the share generation works very simply. We use a polynomial of degree at most k minus 1 or polynomial over the finite field, which is generated at random. So basically we get coefficients of the polynomial chosen uniformly at random from the field, and the free coefficient is going to be our secret, so another field element. And now the reconstruction naturally can be done using Lagrange interpolation, and the security can be shown. There are actually several ways to prove security. One of them is to observe that the points on the polynomial will represent the so-called k-wise independent variables. And then we can have a corresponding proposition here, which I'm not going to prove. And the privacy for Shamir scheme will follow by observing that if you look at k minus 1 point in this set of k-wise independent variable, then you have always 1 degree of freedom in quotes. And what it means is that there are always exactly p polynomials which are consistent with the so-called view of the parties in the forbidden set. And that can be easily used to show that k minus 1 points on the polynomial give no information about the free coefficient. So again, you probably heard that today, but I'd like to emphasize that if we use Shamir secret sharing for distributing the information among the parties, then we obtain the so-called information theoretic or unconditional security. It means that the security arguments in such the systems will rely on physical assumptions, meaning that as long as the adversary is not able to obtain k shares, which translates to the situation, for example, that the adversary is not able to physically hack k computers or k devices held by those parties, then the adversary will have no information about the secret whatsoever. And that could be contrasted to the situation in the computationally secure cryptographic systems, such as represented by the overwhelming majority of practical protocols, such as TLS. The idea there is that they rely on unproven complexity assumptions. They are threatened by advances in algorithm theory, for example, quantum computing, and also they require perpetual security evaluation and extension of key sizes. So every time, every say 10 years, we need to check the workload of the best attack, check it against the current computational abilities, and then we need to provide the recommendations for the key sizes. So such the hassle is not needed for the information theoretically secure system, and that's why they may be preferable when you would like to arrange long-term security. So applications for secret sharing are numerous. They are serving as building blocks for many important cryptographic protocols. I will skip them, but you may just maybe check the slides later. In this talk, I will be focusing on standalone application for this protocol, and this is for secure and reliable storage. So in the recent time, cloud setting gained particular importance. For example, we are communicating via cloud, via Microsoft Teams, and therefore security in the cloud settings is important now. So what we can do, we can use secret sharing for cloud storage in a natural way. The user would simply take their data and distribute them among several providers. So those providers could be the data centers within one company, like it is a case, for example, in case of IBM Cloud Object, where secret sharing is offered as a part of the secure slice component. So I'd like to know that actually there, the secret sharing protocol that they implement is actually computationally secure, but that's safe space. So anyway, that's just a technicality. Point is that using secret sharing, we provide both security and reliability for the cloud storage security, in the sense that the hacker now needs to break into a threshold of provider in order to get hold of users' data. And reliability means that if there is no hacker, but maybe some of the providers would be destroyed, I don't know, data centers could be destroyed by natural disasters or terroristic attacks, then the data can be still restored from the shares which are recovered from different centers. So now, if we think of user data which are distributed over different providers, for example, Google, Microsoft, Baidu, etc., what we can worry about in this case, we can worry about untrusted providers. Now, what can happen is that the untrusted provider may provide an incorrect share, in which case such a provider can be called cheater. So in this case, the provider number 4 is going to be a cheater. They're going to provide an incorrect share, and therefore Lagrange interpolation will give us completely different polynomial if we try to recover from the exactly k number of shares. And yes, assuming the dealer is honest and the original shares were consistent, then the resulting polynomial will be different and the reconstructed secret will be different. So what we would like to do, we would like to handle the situation somehow. And yes, then we can observe that in this scenario, we are facing actually two types of security. So one is the passive security, meaning that the parties follow protocols, and then the forbidden sets will have no information about the secrets as before. But now also a different aspect is added, which is active security, security against cheaters. And then we can observe actually that we can define security in different ways. So one natural requirement would be that the party always able to reconstruct a correct secret, no matter what the dishonest party is going to submit at the reconstruction. We'll need some extra assumptions about the number of dishonest parties, but doesn't matter. That's the situation. This property is called robustness. And also, cheater detection means that we don't really care about reconstructions, but we just so maybe we are not able to reconstruct the secret at all, but at least we would like to know if an incorrect share was submitted. And maybe in this scenario, that would be cheater detection. So somebody cheated actually. At least that renders the secret unusable potentially. And then cheater identification means that not only I would like to figure out that somebody cheated, but I also want to know who cheated, at least. So maybe, I could go just and sue that person or sue that company. So the techniques to handle the cheaters would be to provide redundant shares, and then that would give me error correction. We can authenticate shares, so we can use a certain cryptographic checksum or what they call message authentication codes, and also we can use elaborate shares selection for the reconstruction, so we can combine voting and the error correction in order to pick the shares which are presumably correct or correct with high probability. And if you look at the variety of schemes that deal with this problem, then you will see one of those methods or the combination. One more point that I would like to emphasize is that reconstruction can be public or private. If the reconstruction is private, it means that security guarantees are limited to honest parties only. So that will work for dishonest majority. For example, if all the parties are dishonest and only one party is honest, then that honest party will be able to figure out that somebody cheated. Of course, in this scenario, too many shares will be incorrect, so the honest party probably will not be able to reconstruct the secret, but at least the honest party will know that something went wrong. And another scenario is public. It means that security guarantees are provided for anyone, even the third party. It means that the shareholders, the cloud providers, they will be able just to pull the shares together, maybe give it to a third party called public reconstructor, and then this public reconstructor will be able to figure out the secret or identify cheaters. So this will work only for honest majority, and there is a very intuitive counterexample against that. So if you have dishonest majority and then you would like public reconstruction, it's not going to work because a dishonest majority will simply generate a new set of shares and just present them at the reconstruction. And so the only way that a public reconstructor may take a decision about the shares is on the majority, but in this case, majority is dishonest, and therefore the public reconstructor has no way without any extra information, and that's the third party, so they're not supposed to have any extra information in the first place. So public reconstructor will actually accept incorrect secret, which is going to be a problem. So for public reconstruction, we always need honest majority. And actually, if you think about it, that scenario is preferable in the cloud storage scenario because we would like the dealer not to hold any information about the data that they distribute to the cloud. So if I put some data on the cloud, it doesn't make sense for me to keep some pieces of this data on my computer, because if I do so, then I don't need the cloud in the first place. So actually, according to this reasoning, you can argue with that, but according to this reasoning, public reconstruction is preferable in the scenario that I mentioned. So I will focus on that. Rabin and Benor scheme is the classical solution for dealing with cheaters. The idea here is that we will consider reconstruction of the shares as parties sending their shares to each other. So they're pulling the shares together and then they try to reconstruct. So when we talk about communication, then what we may add in this case, we may add authentication. So authentication is the technique that provides data integrity. And so in this case, since the dealer is honest, the dealer would just provide some extra information that is needed to authenticate shares. So at the reconstruction, we will use shares which will be supported by an access set, and the access set will be a majority by definition or by assumption that we made before. So I'd like to show you an example. An example here is going to be two examples for Rabin and Benor scheme. So suppose that we have 2-3 Shamir scheme. It means that we have 3 parties in the Shamir scheme, and then the threshold is going to be 2. So any 2 parties is able to reconstruct and will try to tolerate one cheater. So the idea here is that every party, I will consider only party 1 because the situation is symmetric for everybody else. So the party 1 will get a share, a Shamir share as 1, and then there will be a tag. So that will be tag computed as shown below on the left by that would be the tag computed using message authentication code, and the key will be given to party 2. And so that will be the tag computed for share S1, and equally there will be another tag which is computed for share S1, but now the key will go to the party 3. And at the reconstruction, the shares, so all this information will be pulled together, so the party will pull everything together, and now the public reconstructor will be able to verify that the tag 1.2 and the tag 1.3, they actually hold for the share S1, given the key provided by party P2 and the key provided by party P3. So yes, we can give an intuition for security here, since we assume that the only one cheater is available. Assuming that the MAC is secure, then the only thing that the cheater can do, the cheater can actually just provide random tags, but they will be supported by the honest party. So the idea is that we say that the share will be accepted if they are supported by the access set. So we always assume that honest party votes for themselves. So every share from the honest party, say P1, will be supported by honest party P2, and the share of the honest party P2 will be supported by the honest party P1. But now if P3 is dishonest and trying to submit a garbage share S3, then the tag will not be supported by either P1 or P2 or both, hopefully both, and therefore share P3 will be rejected at the reconstruction. That's the intuition here. We also would like to provide security against so-called rushing adversary. Rushing adversary is the party. So if the adversary is allowed to be rushing, it means that the party is allowed to submit their share after observing shares of all the others. And now we're going to run into a problem here because the shares of every party contain keys. Therefore, if parties pool the shares together, then the attacker will be able to see the tag, but also will be able to see the key, and therefore will be able to cheat accordingly. Therefore, I will not go into details about that for the lack of time. Just trust me, that is going to be a problem, but it's very easy to fix because the reconstruction in schemes with rushing security needs to proceed in 2 rounds. So first, at the first round, everybody will have to submit shares and tags, and in the second round, the everybody will submit the keys. And now everybody will have to commit in quotes to the shares and the tags before seeing the keys, and therefore the problem is going to be avoided. So yes, I'm going to skip a discussion on this slide. I just want to mention that when the number of cheaters is less than the third of the total number of parties, then Reed-Solomon decoding can be easily can be used to easily solve the problem with cheaters. Shamir's secret sharing was shown to be equivalent to Reed-Solomon error correction codes by Makelis and Sarwate long ago, and so the problem can be fixed. However, when the number of cheaters is between a third of total number of parties and a half, then additional tricks needs to be done. For example, adding message authentication codes, as I just explained, for example, for Rabin Benor scheme or something more complicated. And then we assume that in the case of public reconstruction, we cannot tolerate more than half of the cheaters. So related works, I'd like to talk about works related to this specific scenario. So Rabin and Benor showed, provided the scheme which solved the problem. However, the overhead of the scheme was pretty large. Overhead means the number, so the amount of information which we would like to spend for authentication, basically authentication tags and keys. So they provide something extra which adds on top of the original share size. And this is something that in general we would like to, that overhead we would like to reduce because we will take extra space. So Sevalos, Rabbani, and Ostrovsky at Eurocrypt 2012 reduced the K in the last term to the term which is proportional to the log K, and then Roy et al., so including me at Space 2014, we basically reduced this number by the constant fraction, so about 50%. So actually we just added an additional trick there. Basically we kept the same Savala scheme. And then the big breakthrough happened last year. Fer and Yuan showed that actually they basically removed n from there. So the size of overhead turned out to be actually independent on the number of players, but the reconstruction in the scheme was inefficient, And then Manorangsi et al. Actually solved the problem with the efficient reconstruction, and then they slightly simplified the scheme. So the idea by Savalas et al. Was that to use the short in quotes tags and keys. So the idea is that they provide a MAC which has weak security in quotes. So the security is polynomial, but then the size of keys and tags is pretty small. And then what they do certain tricks at the reconstruction, so some elaborated voting procedure at the reconstruction to tackle the problem of short tags and keys. In particular, they use Reed-Solomon error correction. And then the idea is that they're able to if somebody cheated just a little in quotes, then they use Reed-Solomon decoding, and then if there was too much cheating, then it actually be detected. So this idea, this kind of paradigm has been used in the following schemes. So we just improved a little on this idea using tag compression techniques. So as I said, reduce the share size, we reduced the overhead size by about 50%. Using Carpentieri's trick. That can be important for practical schemes when you would like to actually implement it. And then Fer and Yuan, what they did, they took the expander graph scheme by Bishop, Pastro, Rajaraman, and Weeks from 2016. It was non-rushing scheme, so they actually made it rushing, but the reconstruction algorithm was somewhat elaborated and it wasn't efficient. And then at crypto this year, Manorangsi et al. They actually simplified fair yuan's construction, and then they basically cast the problem of reconstruction in the scenario of graph optimization, and then they came up. So they basically used the existing graph optimization algorithm that was polynomial. And so the open question here actually the problem was that this result is asymptotic. So in asymptotics, we have shares with an overhead log k, but the question is what kind of n, what kind of number of parties we need in order for that asymptotic to work out. For example, I want to ask a practical question. Suppose that I want to use secret sharing, so robust secret sharing for my data today, and then there are a number of practical scenarios where I can use it. And then, for example, if I want to share my data over 5 providers, then probably I will just use Rabin and Binor scheme because it's very simple. Implementation will be simple as well. So I don't need all the machinery from the previous schemes because that's just too much overhead. And overhead is large in quotes in Rabin and Binor, but for small number of providers, and that's what we are going to face in practice, that large in quotes overhead doesn't really matter. But how about n is when n is growing? So we have 10, 100,000, and the question is whether it will happen in reality in the first place. But if it will, then maybe we better use Savalas et al. Scheme because, or its improvement by Roy et al. Because that probably is going to be better for some mid-range values. And then for large values, when the asymptotic kicks in, then Manorangsi scheme is probably the best. But the question is, what values are there that can be used in practical applications, which is very important because, as I said, suppose that I am a user and I want to do it. And we don't have such an application. Well, we have several working applications, but I don't see them on the market as the products. And as I mentioned before, the one from IBM and there is one from Japanese company TCS, they are both computationally secure. So suppose I want long-term storage, I want information security now, what scheme do I use? And then another point is that how about robust secret sharing versus cheater identifiable secret sharing? So in practice, I want to have a scheme which does both, because at some point robust secret sharing becomes impossible. So as I mentioned, suppose that we have the number of cheaters which is larger than half of the players. However, the threshold can be large as well, and cheater identification would still be available. So what I would like to have, I would like to have the so-called graceful degradation of security, where if I see that I cannot recover the secret anymore, so RSS is impossible, but maybe I now want to use cheater identifiable secret sharing. So basically, I just want to figure out which providers to sue, or maybe cheater identification is not possible any longer, but maybe I would like just to detect whether we have whether cheating happened in the first place. So in practice, what I want to have, I want to actually have a combined scheme: cheater detection, cheater identification, and robust secret sharing in one. And that is an open question at the moment, to the best of my knowledge. And yes, I just want to point out a number of schemes published by Atikari et al. In ICITS 2016. So they may be useful in this context because they may be useful for this mid-range values where the number of players is a little bit too large. So Rabin and Benor scheme becomes too expensive. However, the asymptotics not kicked in yet, and therefore it's not profitable to use the schemes from the recent years that I just mentioned. That's it. Okay, so yeah, I'll use a second just to mention that if you happen to be interested in crypto systems based on coding theory, I will be a guest editor for the special issue on this topic. So please have a look at this link, and if you are interested, please feel free to ask me questions. Otherwise, thank you very much for your attention, and I'll take your questions now.
Thank you, Professor Morozov, for this wonderful lecture. So I would request the audience, if they have any question, please come forward and ask.
Yes.
So, we have a lot of schemes that cover over secret sharing, and as we see over time, the gap between the theoretical bound or share size, the schemes are actually nearing it. And as we see in this 2020 crypto paper, that it's very close to the actual theoretical bound. So the question is, how much work is that? What is the scope of work that can be done more? Because there is one target of reducing the share size in the over secret sharing, and that is almost done, I guess. I don't know, I would like to say.
Okay. So I couldn't hear your first question, so I reply your second question. The second question, the way I heard it, in the area of secret sharing, given that we seemed to have reached theoretical limits. So in this particular line of research that I mentioned, there are two possible directions. One of them is what I mentioned, to look in non-asymptotics if you would like to actually implement the schemes which are interesting for practice. Of course, there you could get lots of optimizations for speed, optimizations for running graph algorithms, optimizations for algorithmic number theory, because you may work over fields. You may also consider working over linear subspaces. So there are different types of schemes there. Also improvements on the again in the practical sense. So theoretically we reach the limit, but the algorithms are not simple really. So simplification and optimizations of the current algorithms. Then there are different, so what I mentioned so far, the discussion was about threshold schemes. However, you may want to have more general access structures. For example, we had a work on hierarchical secret sharing schemes where some participants are more important than the others. That's a very practical scenario which you have, for example, in UN, where you have Security Council, which has veto rights. So there are 5 people who are kind of more equal than the others, but other regular participants also have a vote, you know. So there are this type of schemes which are also very interesting, and there are many more generalizations of this. Some of the, well, we were working on the so-called evolving secret sharing schemes where you may perpetually add participants. So you start from a certain number of participants, then you add more and more. So trying to add robustness there are many important open questions. There, we had a paper at Cannes 2019 where we looked at combinatorial view at the evolving secret sharing schemes, etc., etc. So there are lots of questions there. Speaking of lower bounds, it is another interesting question there. So there is a lower bound on rushing robust secret sharing scheme. That's by Kramer, Damgård, and Fair, CDF 2005 paper. But as far as I know, we don't have this for cheater identifiable and cheater detectable schemes. So actually there are lots of open questions in this area, both theoretical and practical. Did I answer your question?
Absolutely, more than what I expected. Thank
Yes. However, if you have some specific questions, specific technical questions, feel free to email me, and then maybe I'll provide you references or answer your questions specifically.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you, Kirill, for your nice talk. And yeah, so that kind of problem actually we discussed earlier. So where we thought of having a little more stronger version of it, that the cigarette could be detected as well as the cheaters could also be detected, even if that time we couldn't get it. But yeah, it's a nice problem. Also think of and.
Yes, I agree, and yes. So I hope we can discuss a little bit further on that, and I'm very happy to see you. So first of all, thank you for your invitation, thank you for your question, and I'm very happy to see that in your group you still have you keep this area alive and work on this, and it's very nice. Yeah.
Yes.
So I'm happy to see new results coming more and more.
Okay. Thank you.
Professor Morozov, just
yes.
one point. So the FAIR and Yuan scheme from Eurocrypt 2019.
Yes.
So there the model was there was a third reconstructor, external reconstructor, and the parties simply send their shares to the reconstructor who reconstructs the secret. Robustly.
Right.
But for Manurangsi scheme, I think, if I'm not mistaken, so there has to be a communication between the parties. It's not like simply sending the shares to the reconstructor, but there is some interaction among the parties. I think the models are little different maybe.
It's an interesting point, and I don't remember that looking at that paper, but it's definitely worth checking. Thanks. It's a nice comment. Yes.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but I think okay.
So yeah, definitely worth checking. Yes. So one thing I noticed when looking at that scheme is I was like, what about asymptotics? Actually, I was looking at the implementation, and then okay, I implement it. Now, well, it's not that you cannot implement the graph optimization algorithm. Of course you can, but why bother if you can just do Rabin Binor for 4 parties and be done with that, right? So yeah, and maybe, so I was also thinking, is there a simpler way of doing what they are doing? Because their paper is pretty complicated, and well, yeah, so that is,
Yes,
yeah.
and it's a very long paper.
Yes, yes, indeed. So it's a long paper for a kind of simple task. So, they improve on sphere yuan, which was even more complicated. But now you ask yourself a question, can you do it simpler? Because you just do the graph optimization, guys. So thanks,
Yes.
but is there a better way of doing that? And yes, if they do communication too, that's another thing. So that's also an interesting thing to check. Yes, I agree.
Yes.
Thank you for your questions. Yes.
Yeah. So, is there any more question for Professor Morozov? So, if not, then I would like to conclude this section by thanking Professor Morozov for his wonderful talk and spending time with us. It was a pleasure to have speakers like you and also Professor Miotra.
Thank you.
So, hope to see you very soon, but don't know when.
Yes. These are uncertain times.
Yes.
Thanks to the organizers as well.
Yeah, it is our great pleasure that both of you having your busy schedule, in spite of your very busy schedule, you have given us the time, and thank you very much for all the help and support towards us. And certainly all the participants will certainly be enriched from your talk. Thank you very much. And yeah, we'll be in touch. So yeah, that's good.
Wish a success to your conference.
Come in here and say thank you. Fantastic.
Yes.
What a feat. I think you have been organizing tremendously well, and the connections are open. I mean, and I was thinking of this, that the best arms in the world, you can have helicopters, you can have a lot of things, but they are absolutely helpless against this new war. And only human ingenuity and communication can solve it. So I think we are doing a tremendous work here for the future also. And knitting all this together is a wonderful thing you have done, both Professors Adhikari. So I wish to thank you so much for this day.
Yeah, it's not only me, all my students now they are distributed all over the world, and they are
Yes.
doing the same thing, and it's
Yes.
from everywhere, from Australia, from Canada, they are doing things nicely. So we are all very much connected with all each other, and they are doing a nice job.
Yeah. Well, then, looking forward to see you tomorrow again then.
Yes, tomorrow. Then tomorrow we'll have a session from 4:25 of Indian Standard Time. It's 4:25 p.m. of Indian Standard Time.
Once more, what's the exact clock now in?
It's now 21:39.
Yeah, because we were a bit late this morning, but we managed to go.
Yes.
Yeah. So 21 and
39.
39. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
Okay,
And
then see you
goodbye.
tomorrow. Yeah, goodbye.
Yes.